Good morning. I will now call to order this special consolidated meeting of the Napa County Board of Supervisors. Roll call, please.
Vice Chair Gallagher is en route. Supervisor Cottrell?
Here.
Supervisor Pedrosa?
Here.
Supervisor Gregory?
Here.
Chair Ramos?
Here. We will defer the Pledge of Allegiance to our 9 a.m. Agenda at this time. We will be meeting in closed session. I'll turn it over to County Council to announce the matters before us.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have 4 items on closed session this morning. Item 18A, anticipated litigation, significant exposure regarding claims of Mintron, claims number 21-241 and 23-306. We have item 18B, public employee discipline dismissal release pursuant to Government Code Section 54957. We have item 18C, anticipated litigation, one matter pursuant to Government Code 54956.9D4. And we have item 18D, conference with real property negotiator pursuant to Government Code 54956.8 regarding the property at 6235 Dry Creek Road, Napa, California. And negotiating parties with Christopher and Michelle Marusic regarding price and terms of payment. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, we will recess to closed session.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Thank you. Good morning. We did call to order our special meeting this morning at 8 a.m. and we met in closed session. At this time, I'm going to call to order our regular meeting of our 9 a.m. agenda for Tuesday, June 6th. If we could have roll call, please.
Vice Chair Gallagher,
Here.
Supervisor Cottrell,
Here.
Supervisor Berryessa, Supervisor Gregory,
Here.
Chair Ramos.
Here. Our matters of closed session have not been concluded, and we will return to closed session at the conclusion of the morning's agenda. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We have 3 sets of minutes for approval this morning. Are there any questions or corrections on minutes? Seeing none, I'll open public comment on our minutes. There's no public comment. I will close public comment, bring back to the board for direction and decision.
Second.
We have a motion by Supervisor Pedrosa, second by Supervisor Gregory. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion passes unanimously. This morning, it's always a pleasure to be able to welcome our new county employees. And we have a number of them waiting for us. And so this morning, I'll acknowledge our Director of Human Resources, Christine Briseño.
Good morning. I am very excited to bring to you 9 new employees filling 9 vacancies.
Thank you.
Hello. Hello, my name is Leah Madius. I work as an HR analyst in human resources.
Welcome.
Hello, Kim Stalkop, evidence technician at the Sheriff's Office.
Welcome.
Good morning. I'm Julia Rock, an engineering technician 2 in the surveying services for Public Works.
Welcome.
Hello, my name is Jorge Veloz. I'm an eligibility specialist for the Health and Human Service Agency.
Welcome.
Good morning. My name is Anthony Encinas. I'm a code compliance officer with Planning, Building, and Environmental Services.
Welcome.
Good morning. My name is Jonathan Cruz. I'm an assistant engineer at Public Works.
Welcome.
Hello, good morning. My name is Brandon Aguilera. I am paralegal here at County Council.
Welcome.
Good morning. My name is Nathan Flores. I'm a staff services analyst for the probation department.
Welcome.
Good morning. My name is Adrian Martinez. I'm the Health Records Information Manager at Health and Human Services under the Quality Management Division.
Welcome to the county.
Thank you.
This concludes our presentation this morning.
Thank you so much, and please do extend our warm welcome to everyone and to their respective, congratulations to their respective divisions that they're joining. Thank you. Next, I am going to invite our Deputy Director of Health and Human Services for Comprehensive Services of Older Adults, Chris Brown, to the podium to receive a proclamation recognizing June as Elder and Dependent Adult Abuse Awareness Month. And I want to go ahead and highlight, I think, some very important statistics and acknowledgments within the proclamation, and then give you, Chris, an opportunity to comment on this. I think one of the things when we look back, Napa County is very unique in terms of its aging population. And so having these services available through older adults, comprehensive older adults to our residents, but also taking the time to acknowledge the places that I hope you will mention, the places where Napa County has been a leader in this space, especially as it relates to adult abuse awareness. So I will start off by saying it is estimated that only 1 in 24 incidents are reported, and fewer than 15 of those harmed access formal support services each year. Barriers to accessing help include cognitive and communication impairments, literacy, lack of culturally specific services, and shame. Additionally, elders may distrust their ability to protect themselves, self-advocate, report to authorities when the abuse occurs, or testify against perpetrators. In Napa County Adult Protective Services received 1,079 reports of elder and dependent adult abuse, neglect, and exploitation in 2022, with financial exploitation and self-neglect the most commonly reported types of abuse. However, all types of abuse are on the rise. Whereas residents and public agencies must work to combat crime and violence against older adults and adults with disabilities by identifying and preventing the social isolation of elders through the expansion of resourcing of home and community-based long-term services and support programs, by increasing law enforcement, increasing public awareness, and expanding social service programs, all members of the community are strongly encouraged to report suspected abuse or neglect. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that this Board of Supervisors, County of Napa, State of California, on the 6th day of June 2023, does hereby recognize June 2023 Elder and Dependent Adult Abuse Awareness Month in Napa County. In doing so, we urge all members of the community to recognize and celebrate older dependent adults with their ongoing contributions to the success and vitality of our county, and support efforts towards increasing awareness of the needs and vulnerabilities of these invaluable members of our community.
Thank you. One of the things I wanted to say is, last month I was here accepting the proclamation for Older Americans Month, which is way more fun than the elder abuse awareness. This is not a celebration. This is a time to recognize that not only do we have this growing number of older adults in our population, 28% of Napa County residents are over 60, about 40,000 people. When you hear those numbers, like only 1 in 24 cases of abuse are reported, and then you hear that we had 1,000 cases that were reported in the past year alone, it's alarming. And I took a few minutes to look at sort of our trends that we're seeing here in Napa. And you talked about what are we doing well. Well, what we're doing well is we are increasing the awareness of our program, which is why I'm here today. We know that elder abuse happens in isolation. If people are well connected in their communities, they're not self-neglecting and they're not being harmed by others, because if they were, then other people in the community would be able to come in and help protect them. So one of the things I wanted to note is that we had a 12% increase in the number of reports of abuse from 2020 to 2021, but a 27% increase in the number of confirmed allegations, which is alarming. We had 941 confirmed allegations of elder and dependent adult abuse, a 27% increase in confirmed self-neglect, a 16% increase in confirmed financial exploitation, a 60% increase in neglect by others, a 28% increase in psychological and mental abuse, a 44% increase in physical and sexual abuse. We have a real problem across our whole country, and because Napa has such a disproportionately high number of older adults, we have that many more people that are vulnerable. A study as noted, 1 in 6 adults last year were abused across the nation, worldwide. So that means 6,000 people in Napa County instead of the 1,000 that we received reports on. So this is just a reminder to everyone, we are all aging. This is not a problem that affects some other unknown person. This is our family members, this is us, and we all have a responsibility to engage, to be the eyes and ears of our community, check in with your neighbors, your family members, watch for signs of abuse. And I want to reiterate that one of the main things that we address is self-neglect. And I say that because that includes people who have financial needs that they're not able to meet. It's not really self-neglect as opposed to just not having enough, but we have more and more resources as a result of the pandemic that can actually help address some of those things. We see mild cognitive impairment that impairs a person's ability to make good decisions to keep themselves safe, but they're not impaired to the extent where they need a conservatorship. So we have a lot of people that are really in that difficult situation. And we ask all of you to keep calling APS. It's a voluntary program. We don't make people do anything that they don't want to do. We just want to help connect people to services and keep them as safe in the community as we possibly can. So I just ask all of you, not just during Elder Abuse Awareness Month, but at all times, just please be the eyes and ears in our community and help us help people, keep them safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Director. What I'm going to do is instead of making the board get up twice, we'll join you and deliver the proclamation momentarily after the next proclamation that we will be presenting. At this time, I am going to ask someone who loves public attention to go to the podium. Garrett Buckland was recently honored as the 2023 Napa Valley Grape Grower of the Year. And if you know Garrett, you know that his contributions to agriculture in our county are vast. Additionally, as an advocate within the grape growing community, but also I want to add, and I'll talk a little bit about, I'm not going to do this all over for you again, but I will add a few parts where he has actually even been of service to the community and to the county of Napa. So a few words about Garrett Buckland. Whereas born and raised in the Napa Valley, Garrett Buckland studied viticulture and winemaking at UC Davis. His prior experience in the wine business was with Buckland Vineyard Management, where he served as vineyard manager and consulting winemaker. Now he is a viticulture consultant and partner of Premier Viticulture Services. Whereas Garrett's profound commitment to agriculture and viticulture excellence in the Napa Valley is demonstrated through his advocacy and support of the Napa Valley grape growers and in his service of the board of directors for more than 10 years. In just over a decade's time, he has served in the leadership roles of president, vice president, and treasurer. Additionally, he served as member services chair for 9 years, during which he created many of the programs offered by the Napa Valley grape growers still. Garrett's service to the community goes far beyond Napa Valley grape growers. He serves on the Groundwater Sustainability Plan Advisory Committee, volunteers for the Napa Resources Conservation District, sits on the Clean Plant Material Advisory Board, is past president of the Napa Valley VitTech Group, is past conference chair of the Association of Applied IPM Ecologists, and worked on the Napa River Historical Ecological Project. He is a passionate advocate for sustainable farming and has successfully converted over 500 acres of vineyards from conventional to organic farming. We are so proud in Napa County to have viticulturists who really embody the legacy that makes Napa County an agricultural treasure in the entire world. So now, therefore, be it proclaimed that this Board of Supervisors, County of Napa, State of California, on this 6th day of June, does hereby congratulate Garrett Buckland for being selected as the 2023 Grower of the Year, and we join the Napa Valley grape growers in honoring Garrett for his accomplishments and contributions to the greater Napa County community. Congratulations, Garrett.
Thank you, Chair Ramos. Thank you, everybody. I don't have much to say, so appreciate it. Thank you. You have a lot of business today.
So what I will ask the board, please join Garrett. Please join us in the well. We'll take a picture, and then I'll bring the other one.
Hi now.
Next, Mr. CEO, do we have any department head reports or announcements?
Not this morning, no, thank you,
Thank
ma'am.
you so much. Next, we will take up our consent items for special districts. We have 2 matters before us. Are there any questions from the board? Seeing none, I'll open public comment on the consent items for special districts. Seeing none, I'll close public comment, bring it back to the board for discussion and decision.
So moved. Second.
We have a motion by Supervisor Pedroza, second by Supervisor Gregory. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Next, before us is our consent calendar. We do have a request to pull item 7Z separately. If at this time, I'll take any questions on the balance, which includes 7A through 7AG, with the exception of Z. Are there any questions from the board? See none, I will open public comment on the consent items with the exclusion of 7Z. Is there any public comment? See none, I'll close public comment and I'll bring it back to the board for decision and discussion.
Second.
We have a motion by Supervisor Pedroza, second by Supervisor Cottrell. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes unanimously. For consideration pulled separately, item 7Z, our Public Works Director, Director Lederer.
Yeah, I'm happy to either give a report or just respond to any questions that.
What is your
there
pleasure,
may be.
Supervisor Pedroza?
Thank you, Chair Ramos. Director Lederer, I do have questions. This does involve Calistoga Fairgrounds. So I just want to ask, who's requesting this extension of the parking that's happening on Calistoga Fairgrounds?
Yeah, so the original lease and the original request goes back to January of 2020. We were first approached by the resort, the owners at the time. They've changed, but the owners at the time, they were under construction at that point, and they indicated to us that they were short on parking during construction. They asked to do a lease, which we did. Previous to that, it's my understanding that employees and construction workers and whatnot were parking on city streets. So we established the lease, like I said, in January 2020, and we've been extending it since then. Even after construction finished, the resort indicated they still had a parking problem. I will say we were strongly encouraged to do this by the previous mayor of Calistoga, Mayor Canning, at the time. So the city was very supportive of this as well. So I guess that's a long answer to your question. First approached by the resort, and then supported by the city.
So just making sure that we're checking in with the city. So has the current city administration requested this as well, Director Lederer?
They haven't requested it, but they also have not objected to it.
Okay. No, look, I want to support it, and I know that it originally was envisioned to help construction workforce, but now if it's employee workforce that's parking there, you know, what's a sustainable plan to appropriately park employees that are working at this hotel? You know, I quickly looked at it. It's 1.2 miles from a distance from the hotel to the Calistoga Fairgrounds. So are folks walking? Is there a transit system? I just have those type of questions that I just want to make sure we're aware of, because if we're part of leasing this, that type of detail should be something that should be available.
Yeah, it's my understanding there's a shuttle bus system, so the employees park there and they're shuttled back and forth. In terms of the long-term answer, with kind of all due respect to the city of Calistoga, that is their problem and not ours to solve.
But it's our current problem.
Yeah. Well, the hotel. Well, we're helping to solve their problem. The hotel is within the city limits. The parking problems were in the city limits. The benefit to the county, obviously, is revenue. We do get $36,000 a year in revenue from this, which is not an insignificant piece of what it costs to run the fairground. So, and it costs us very, very little in terms of effort. So there's a county benefit to doing this. I will say they have even recently asked for more spaces and a longer lease, which we have I won't say objected to. We've chosen not to engage with that because staff does not know the future of the fairgrounds at this point. I know that's under discussion, so So we're just continuing with the lease as is. Either party can cancel the lease with greater than 30 days notice. So if we decide we want out at some point, we have the ability to do so.
I appreciate it. And I know one of the items on our agenda is appointing a 2x2, so hopefully those members can bring that up. I just want to make sure we continue to be a good partner, but that we're not adding to a problem that doesn't become sustainable, and being mindful of we shouldn't be encouraging people to park somewhere and walk. There should be a sustainable plan of how do you make sure you can park your workforce where you're developing. And it sounds like this project was approved with that not in mind.
Yeah, I mean, really, we are helping to, at least at the moment, mitigate a problem that exists. And again, hopefully the city will figure out how to address it long term at some point.
Got it. Thank you, Director Letter.
Any other questions from the board? Seeing none, I'll now open public comment on item 7Z. Is there any public comment? Seeing none, I'll close public comment and I'll bring it back to the board for discussion and decision.
Happy to move the item.
Second.
We have a motion by Supervisor Pedroza, second by Supervisor Gregory. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you. At this time, I will open public comment. Public comment is for matters not listed on the agenda but within the jurisdiction of the Board of Supervisors and the special districts. Each member of the public has 3 minutes to address the board. Is there any public comment? Seeing none, I'll close public comment. And at this time, for some situational awareness, we're going to go through our set matters as much as possible so we could keep on track for time, which has historically not been our forte, and then we'll go back to the administrative items. At this time, I will ask the Agricultural Commissioner to join us over for a public hearing of the Wine Grape Pest and Disease Control District. The Agricultural Commissioner is requesting 2 items. One is to open a public hearing and hear any objections or protests to the assessment proposed for the district for fiscal year 23-24. And the next is for adopting a resolution authorizing the levying of assessments. Madam Commissioner.
Thank you. So good morning, Chair Ramos, members of the board, Tracy Cleveland, Napa County Ag Commissioner and Sealer of Weights and Measures. We're here today. We'd like to request to open the public hearing to hear any objections about the proposed assessment for fiscal year 23-24 for the Napa County Wine Grape Pest and Disease Control District.
At this time, I'll open the public hearing.
Thank you. The engineer's report recommends the levying of the assessment at $10.70 per planted vineyard acre. The last 2 fiscal years, the assessment has been set at $9.15 per vineyard acre. So this is an increase of $1.55 per acre. As a reminder, the Wine Grape Pest and Disease Control District was reauthorized last year for an additional 5-year term. It expires in 2027. The Pest District was formed in 2002 for the purpose of funding the prevention of Pierce's disease, preventing the potential spread of glassy-winged sharpshooter, and ultimately expanded to include activities that control additional wine grape pests. Some of the good work that the Pest District does includes funding various pest trapping programs. The Pest District supports exclusion activities, including nursery plant inspections. It supports biocontrol releases for vine mealybug. It supports University of California research, and it supports outreach and educational seminars for growers, including a field day that we're actually having tomorrow. The assessment funds are collected, and they are used to support these county-specific programs as well as supplement existing state programs. So that concludes my brief staff report. I'm happy to hear any comments or answer any questions.
Any questions from the board? Supervisor Gallagher.
Hi, Ms. Cleveland. Thank you.
Morning.
Good morning. I'm just curious if you see anything on the horizon as being other pests or things that we're going to have to start looking for that may end up part of this program.
Yes, I think that's kind of a loaded question. Yes, always. We're always looking. There are certainly pests, the potential for pests to be introduced. So part of what we were funding through the Pest District was spotted lanternfly. That's a new emerging pest. It's on the East Coast. It's kind of growing, and it is now infesting several states. So that's something that we're watching for. It has a huge host list, including grapes and Tree of Heaven. So we funded it through the pest district. We've now kind of shuffled that funding back to the state, but I anticipate at some point in the future it may come back. So that's one example. But yes, we're always looking and anticipating additional pests that we would consider funding through the pest district.
Thank you. And Ms. Cleveland, while the staff presentation is super short, a lot of work goes into it, and I do know you have a couple of staff members, and perhaps you might want to introduce them here.
I do. So I have my pest exclusion deputy, Andre Napolitano's in the back in case there are additional questions. This is his program that he manages, as well as Jaspreet Fowler, who is my staff services analyst, and she does a lot of the work behind the scenes for the pest district, including all of the magic with the budget.
Thank you. Seeing no questions from the board at this time, I'll open public comment. This is the opportunity for the board to hear objections and protests with respect to the assessments. Seeing none, I'll close public comment, and I'll bring it back to the board. I will close the public hearing, and I will say, what is your pleasure?
I will move to adopt the resolution authorizing levying assessments for fiscal year 23-24.
Second.
We have a motion by Supervisor Gregory, second by Supervisor Cottrell. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Our next item we will take up will be a public hearing for an appeal filed by Center for Biological Diversity concerning the Lake Colleen Vineyard Agricultural Erosion Control application. This is a request for a continuance, and I'll let our Interim Director of Planning, Building, and Environmental Services, Mr. Bordona, tell us more.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Ramos, members of the board. Yes, this is a request to continue the matter to a mutually agreed upon date by all parties to August 15th.
At this time, I will open the public hearing, and I'll ask if the board has any questions or concerns regarding the requested continuance. Seeing none, I will open public comment on this matter. I do see counsel for the applicant present. Is anything? Okay. At this time, seeing no public comment, I will close public comment, bring it back to the board, and the request here is to continue this hearing to August 15th.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion by Supervisor Gregory, second by Supervisor Gallagher. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. See you August 15th. Well. That was efficient. And so now, Mr. Morrison, do we have staff here for item 10A for Napa Berryessa Resort Improvement District? Yes. Oh,
Yes, we do.
There you are. Excellent. If our district engineer, Mr. Silky, would please join us for item 10A. This is a matter of our special district, the Napa Berryessa Resort Improvement District. District engineer request the following actions related to a temporary loan of the general fund monies to the Napa Berryessa Resort Improvement District. This is a 4/5 vote. Mr. Silky.
Yes. Good morning, Chair Ramos, members of the board. Chris Silk, District Engineer, coming back to the board with a request for a $1 million temporary loan to support the ongoing utility operations at Napa Berryessa Resort Improvement District. In your packet, you'll see that there is a resolution, promissory note, and then also an accompanying letter. The district has faced operating shortfalls over the past 2 years. 2 years ago, we did request a $1 million loan, and we're here again today. And I will be coming before the board on June 27th to speak on the feedback of the community meeting that was held in May. And we'll continue our discussions in terms of the next steps to take in terms of bringing in additional revenue to support the operations in the future.
Thank you. Any questions from the board at this time? Supervisor Cottrell.
Thank you, Chair. I was having a hard time finding the button. Thank you,
Yes.
Mr. Silka. I just wanted to go through again. I know we've had multiple loans to the district. Can you walk, and I know some of those have been consolidated, so can you help me understand what is currently outstanding and what has been?
Oh, sure. Well, in the presentation that I gave on April 18th, I provided a timeline by which the district had been granted loans by the county, okay, and it dates back to 2008, and that really started with the BOR closure, and then there was a series of debt issuances from 2009 to 12, totaling $1.494 million. And then moving forward, there was the loss of over 100 EDUs as a result of the LNU complex fire. And so that's what triggered the $1 million loan that was issued to support the operations from 2021 to the present. And then also there was an additional loan in the amount of $345,634, and that was earmarked towards the capital improvements that were necessary at the wastewater ponds as a result of a slide repair. So all told now, if this action passes, the total amount of loans issued to the district in aggregate would be $3.839 million.
Okay, so that's including the loan we're being asked today?
Correct.
Okay, got it. And then we will get an update on the potential assessment change next month?
Yeah, we'll revisit the budget closure options that I outlined on April 18th. Okay. I know that as a result of that meeting, you know, there wasn't much support in terms of a heavy rate increase, so we're going to look at options B and C again, and we'll continue our discussions on our next steps.
Okay, that sounds, that all makes sense to me. I'm just, you know, this seems like an ongoing process, and I'm glad that we have other opportunities to discuss in June because, you know, we need to have some path.
Oh, absolutely. We have a fiscal responsibility here.
Yes, yeah. So, thank you.
Supervisor Gregory.
So let's just review real quick what hope we have of being paid back. What's going to save the day? I think we're relying heavily on future resort development, right? So could you walk through
Yes.
What that means? What does that mean? How is a future resort going to help the community?
Well, a future resort will assist in the upgrades that we feel are necessary to the infrastructure to harden those assets so that they aren't vulnerable to disasters, which has hit the operations budget significantly. And also, whatever the scalability of this, of the resort that is eventually commissioned, will bring in additional user rate revenue to help us with our ongoing operations of the utilities. And in the past, we, you know, based upon use, we could see an increase of user rate revenue 25 to 30%.
Thanks.
Supervisor Pedrosa.
Thank you, Chair. And I'll say, you know, it's not just the resorts, it's potentially getting some attraction to the properties that are not currently developed, not currently being assessed. So when you couple that with, you know, economic development of resorts and hopefully folks buying properties that are now connecting, that's, I think, the long-term fix. But I think it's important to know, you know, these are the challenges that we have when we have special districts in remote areas. So it's something that we need to learn from. We do need to do what's right for folks that live in the area. And we were there. We were on the front line of hearing feedback from our community members. These are incremental changes that impact people's lives, whether they can afford to live in Napa or not. That's what we're dealing with. So trying to be responsible, I think a loan with some hope of repayment is the right approach. But I also understand what this means to the county as a whole. So I think we have a good plan that's trying to get us to the promised land, which shouldn't be a promise, it should be reality, hopefully. So thank you.
Right. And definitely housing expansion is part of this economic redevelopment that we're hoping that will take place at Lake Berryessa.
See no other questions from the board at this time. I'll open public comment, and this is on item 10A. Seeing none, I'll close public comment, and I'll bring it back to the board for discussion and decision. Don't all talk at once.
I would move approval of the 3 requested actions in the staff report.
Okay. We have a motion by Supervisor Gregory, second by Supervisor Director Gregory, Director Pedrosa. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you. At this time, I'll invite our Director of Housing and Homeless Services, Jennifer Palmer, to join us for item 12A, the Napa County Housing Authority. We have a request related to County Service Area Number 4, our farm worker housing. At this time, I'll open the public hearing to consider any objections or protests with respect to the proposed assessment for fiscal year 23-24, and hand it over to Ms. Palmer.
Good morning, Chair Ramos, Board of Supervisors, Jennifer Palmer, Director of Housing and Homeless Services. I just wanted to give some background on the CSA4 assessment as a whole and the reason for the proposed increase this year. So CSA4 was initiated in 2002. It has 5-year terms for authorization. It was renewed last year for another 5-year term. And the maximum assessment that can be assessed under the current CSA4 authorization is up to $15 an acre. Included in the agreement with the growers is that any increase in the CSA4 assessment has a related and exact increase in rent. In other words, the lodger's rent increases at the same pace that the assessment does. So what that does is create a very healthy balance in how we manage the CSA4 assessment funding so that we are also really focused on keeping rents low. The current assessment for this past fiscal year is $12 per acre, and the rent has been $15. That was a $1 increase over the prior year. What we do in figuring, in bringing the information to the engineer, who ultimately makes the recommendation on what the annual assessment is we work with the Housing Commission and develop the annual operating budget. We take first all of the rents collected through the lodgers and the staff there. We also receive a $250,000 annual allocation from the state of California. And what we look at is the gap between what we need to operate the centers based on how much revenue we're also taking in, and that then determines what the assessment is. There have been some significant cost drivers over the last few years at the centers. We are always working to keep costs down. You may have seen an article in the Register over the weekend about the food harvesting that took place, and our center manager, Gil Ortiz, was one of the first in line for significant volumes of harvested food in order to serve at the centers. So those sorts of creative activities. We also work closely with a nonprofit group who run the Cinco de Mayo golf tournament that generates about $100,000 in donation revenue for the centers each year. And then we work with our contracted partners to keep costs down as much as possible. Nonetheless, inflation has really caused utilities and food costs to go up significantly. So despite all of that work, we still found ourselves with a larger than expected gap between the two revenue sources and operating costs. So the proposed assessment increase will trigger a $1 increase on the assessment up to $13 per acre, and trigger a $1 increase in rent so that nightly rent will go from $15 to $16. We have already given advance notice to the lodgers as of about a month ago, just that this proposed assessment might be coming, and to be prepared that their rent might go up starting in July. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Supervisor Pedrosa.
Thank you, Jennifer. And it's unfortunate, but it has to be done. I still think this is a super creative model in terms of what we've done, and we should be very proud of it. The question I have, though, is I keep hearing more about the H-2A visa program of folks using labor from predominantly Mexico, which might change the need for our sites. Tell me a little bit about what we know and how we're working to anticipate that.
So we've been talking to some of the larger farm labor organizations, the heads of those organizations, to get a sense of that as well, and have heard the same thing, that right now there are several who have been sort of piloting the H-2A program to see how it works. H-2A allows an employer to bring labor over under a visa for a period of 9 months. In exchange, they have to provide both housing and transportation to the work site, as well as a guaranteed minimum number of hours. So it's a really nice program for both the labor force coming in and for the labor management organizations here, because basically everybody gets guarantees. Where that is a potential to really change the landscape of housing for farm workers here is they have to provide the housing. So there is a growing number of organizations who want to be bringing in a larger percentage of their labor force. What we don't have is really good data on that. We have conversational data right now. Our intention is this summer we are going to begin our farm worker housing needs assessment process. We're going to do that in a couple phases. The first phase is going to be hearing from the labor force that's here during the harvest season. So we're going to seek to do surveys and focus groups, surveys with at least 500 farm workers who are here, and probably 4 to 5 focus groups to hear what their needs are. And then following harvest, we're going to focus on the employers, with one of the key questions being, what are their use of the H-2A visa program right now, and how do they see that changing over the next 5 years? Because I think that's just an essential part of the equation to figure out what do we need in the future rather than where we are right now.
Look, you're totally right, and I think the focus groups is brilliant, by the way, especially with the employers. You know, there's a lot of folks that are, on the bigger side of farm labor management companies that are using it. The challenge that we have is they need predictability. Right, and our farm worker centers do not offer predictability, right? Because it's first come, first serve, as it should be.
That's right.
So I think there's always a need for our model, right? But I think the model of today doesn't match the need because the labor's coming in differently. And I think it's an incredible program, and we should expand that. But I would really be interested in kind of talking to the farm labor companies, understanding, do we need to modify our centers? Do we need to expand? And the way I look at it is they're telling us there's a need. They need the need. We can be on the supply side.
Yes.
Where typically you're on the supply and you hope there's demand. The demand's already there. So I think it's an incredible opportunity for us to kind of take a deeper dive. And I think this is our job as government to identify those opportunities and fill the supply side of the equation. So no surprise, I'm interested in farm worker housing issues. So maybe we should talk about Carneros again.
Okay.
Thank you.
Supervisor Gregory.
Thank you. So just to understand the increase on both sides, so 12 to 13 is an 8% increase, and that is reflected in the rate, the rental rate.
Correct.
Is that how it works? And then,
well, actually, sorry, it's not percentage increase. It's a $1 increase in the assessment triggers a $1 increase in the rent.
Dollar for dollar.
Yeah.
Okay.
Exactly.
And the assessees, I guess, voted to go up to 15%. It didn't account for or provide for any automatic extension, right? The idea of when we raise it is subject to this protest vote, correct?
That is correct. So we have the CSA4 authorizing, the reauthorization allows us to go up to $15. So we can't exceed an assessment of $15 without going back to the voters. I will say that that was approved by 89% of the landholders in Napa County. So there is broad support for it. But each annual increase still has to come to the Board of Supervisors. So we do allow for a protest. And included in the engineer's report, we reflect what the annual operating budget is, where all of the costs are going to go. And we really run it. We're not trying to pad any accounts anywhere. It's really to fill the gap.
So it's a good check and balance and make sure we're doing a good job.
Exactly.
Makes sense. Thank you.
Supervisor Cottrell.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Ms. Palmer, for the presentation and also for the information about the H-2A labor programs. It's great to be learning more about that. Does that have, because I know one of the things that we have heard about the farm worker labor force is that the demographic is shifting. Maybe people used to come as single individuals, and now there's more families who might be coming. And so is there any provision in H-2A thinking about the family situation?
Oh, that's an interesting. No, I don't know. I can get more information on the H-2A to see what that looks like as far as families coming over together. I will say our intention with our surveys is to not only get a better sense of what are the household makeups for the individuals who are working in farm labor here in the county, not just under H-2A, but in any capacity. And we've also heard and seen evidence of an increasing number of individuals coming over who speak indigenous languages. And that's another piece of what we're really going to try and get to in the survey. We've heard as many as perhaps 40% of the labor force here is speaking other than Spanish and indigenous language, which we feel like is really important to be able to understand as far as what not just housing needs are, but also service needs as well. So I hope to be able to come back after the end of the harvest season with a lot richer data picture of who is here now and kind of what they're looking for. And we can definitely get to that in the H2A program too.
Yeah, that would be great. And I appreciate Supervisor Perdoza, your comment about, what does it look like after, once we get this data and with the advent of the program rolling out, because maybe we're looking at a pilot project with one of the farm worker centers that, we could focus in a partnership with farm management companies, or maybe it's an expansion. So anyway, looking forward to seeing you again later in the year. Thank you.
Supervisor Gallagher.
Thank you. Just a couple things. So I would imagine you're also, I think I've heard you talk before about the need to house women, and that is going to be something that I would imagine is going to be part of your needs assessment to really determine like what we have in terms of single women who potentially could be in a center-like setting.
Yep.
And then also just curious if you have any sense of that $250,000 from the state and whether or not that is going to be something that we can continue to rely on. I know you don't have the magic crystal ball, but just if you have any comments about that.
That is a 10-year agreement with the state, and we are in year 4 of that agreement. So that is a source of funding that we've identified. For one thing, it's just $250. That's not increasing with inflation right now. So that the actual value of that gets a little bit smaller with each successive year. So we would like to revisit that with the state. And that was done in partnership with the vintners and the grape growers. And so I think in the next year, we would begin to put together a group to go back and talk about renegotiating that agreement.
Okay, great.
Supervisor Pedroza?
Just to address the point that Supervisor Cottrell mentioned, on the H2A programs, it's predominantly just individuals, so families are not excluded, but then they're not going to get sponsored by an employer down here, so it's predominantly single men. I haven't seen a predominantly single workforce comprised of female from the program, so I think that's challenges, but I think the point that Supervisor Gallagher made is a good one in terms of there is an active woman participation in the workforce that's currently here. They're not the migrant population, they're here. So I think that's a really good point to really factor in. But then it's, when we talked about family farm worker housing, it's how do you also encourage, farm worker housing within cities so they're connected to amenities. And that was an issue, not just because I brought up Carneros, but a point that was very well made, is you want families living near amenities, close to schools, close to infrastructure, which is a very valid point.
Yes.
For family side.
And one way that I will just say that the county has supported a project that is going to be bringing family farm worker housing is through the Heritage House in Valley Verde project. There's a $9 million Joe Cerna loan in that project that is resulting in 28 of those units, 28 of the total 90 units set aside for farm workers. So they're 1, 2, and 3 bedroom units, and that is a great model going forward for all of our affordable housing projects to require developers to pursue the Joe Cerna funding and have set-asides, just like we do for coordinated entry on the homeless services side.
Supervisor Gregory?
Yeah, thanks. That thought triggered. When I talk to some of the vineyard managers, a lot of them, the bigger ones, are actually providing housing for their employees.
Many.
Just to say that and give them kudos, but maybe to better understand the magnitude they're doing that, so you know the totals?
Yes, and that's really the purpose of phase 2 of our needs assessment, is to get not just 1 or 2 conversations, but really get a good landscape understanding, because I think they are providing housing. I don't think a lot of that housing is necessarily in Napa County, so folks are still traveling in from a long distance because rents are as expensive for the employers as they are for everybody else, and so they're able to secure facilities large enough to hold a larger labor force, but it's out of county. And so I think as we look at what are the creative solutions and how can the county support what they're doing, figuring out how we shorten the commute distances is one of the ways we could help, I think.
Thank you. I see no other questions from the Board of Supervisors at this time. I will open public comment to consider any objections or protests with respect to the proposed assessment for fiscal year 23-24. Seeing none, I'll close public comment, bring it back to the board. At this time, I'll close the public hearing and just say, I think we received plenty of interest and questions that this is going to be a follow-up matter, especially as it relates to immigration patterns we're seeing and the effect it has on the need for our farm worker housing here. Board, what is your pleasure?
I'll move to approve the resolution authorizing and levying assessments for fiscal year 23-24.
Second.
We have a motion by Supervisor Gregory, second by Supervisor Pedroza. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
At this time, we will move to one of our set matters, a little tardy here, and this is item 13C. The Emergency Medical Services Annual Presentations. The Director of Health and Human Services Agency requests the board to receive the following presentations regarding Napa County EMS. One is the annual report of the Emergency Medical Care Committee, and the next is a annual report of the Emergency Medical Services 2022 calendar year. And I understand both presentations are by Zoom. Good morning.
Good morning, Chair Ramos.
Hold on just a second. We're working on volume.
Better?
It's our problem, not yours. Hold on. Let's see.
Hey, Sean, this is Neha. Can you try to turn up your microphone volume? Or sit closer to your speakers? Our sound is cranked all the way up.
Is this better?
Chair? No. Yeah, if everyone could turn off their mics.
We'll turn off our mics. Go ahead and increase the room volume, please.
Okay.
How's this? Is this any better?
Yes.
Great. Good morning, Chair Ramos, members of the board. Sean Vincent, your EMS administrator. Really excited to be here today. Wish I could be in person. Unfortunately, I'm a little under the weather and I did not want to bring anything into the chambers. Like I said, excited to be here today, and I'm joined with our chair of the Napa County Emergency Medical Care Committee to do a dual presentation on the 2022 Emergency Medical Care Committee activities, as well as the Napa County EMS agency. We do have a PowerPoint, I believe is with the board. Is that correct? Perfect. Perfect. So without further ado, I will pass the microphone off to Lois Houston, Base Hospital and Emergency Management Coordinator, as well as the current chair of the Napa County Emergency Medical Care Committee.
Thank you, Sean, and thank you, board. I'm sorry we're not there live. I do look forward to the annual presentation. We'll go through these, but if you have any questions, as always, just stop me at any point. I'm more than happy to answer any questions that we have. So I'm talking about the Emergency Medical Care Committee. And what is our function? Well, we review all the ambulance operations for Napa County. We are an advisory committee to all of you lovely people there and to the local EMS agency. And we review emergency medical care that's offered in Napa County. And that's the CPR, that's public access defibrillation, and first aid practices. Next slide. And the membership, as you can see, is very diverse, but it's all the key players. We have the air ambulance providers, Red Cross, CHP, dispatch, the state hospitals, training programs, the fire departments, both hospitals, the veterans home, and the Napa County EMS liaisons, the EMS administrator, executive offices, board of supervisors, and our health officer. So it's a very robust, diverse group that make up the EMCC. Next slide. And the systems of care with the EMS, this kind of breaks it down to all the different components is recognition of an event, reporting, how we respond, the care that we give on scene and the care that we give in transportation, and then making sure that those patients get to the appropriate definitive care. Next. And then here's a breakdown of our numbers for 2022. As expected, AMR is our ALS provider, so you're going to see the bulk of the calls in them for ALS, and they have quite a few BLS also. Napa State Hospital, Falcon, Life West, and Medic Ambulance occasionally have some of the BLS, and West Coast does a lot of the BLS support. That's just a whole nother component that is of need when people are in the hospital and they get discharged to go back somewhere. You need a BLS unit, and so they're helping out in that capacity. Next slide. And here's our air ambulance operations. We always love to see that we're dispatching them appropriately, and we've worked on that over the years, did a pretty good job. We're doing a really good job this year. As you can see, during COVID, things went down quite a bit, but as we started getting out of it and the weather got a little bit nicer and people started going up to the lake, which is where we see a lot of our volume in the summer, those numbers jumped up during 2021, and then they leveled back down. Next slide. And then hands-only CPR is something near and dear to my heart and something we really promote. The number of people taught in 2022 was 1,700 with 20 events. And we have the PI committee, the Public Information and Education, which I can tell you if I'm still the chair next year and I report on this, you're going to be so impressed with the numbers. We are more than making up for the years that we couldn't be out there. Hands-on teaching everybody out in all the public events and trying to do as best we can virtually. But with AMR and the fire department and the public information and education, getting out into schools, getting out into just different events, we're really increasing that number. And that helps with our full arrest survival rate numbers, which I'll get to in just a few slides. Next slide. And here we are, cardiac arrest survival. This is bystander CPR. And as you can see, Napa just does a great job. We also have dispatch that helps with the pre-arrival instructions, but having that bystander CPR, that first person there starting compressions right away, not being afraid to, just jumping in, just makes a huge, huge impact on patient survival rates. Next slide. And then this is our overall cardiac arrest survival rate. Again, we kind of just eke out above the national average, and we're really proud of that. It's something that we want to keep that trend going. We have so many components into it. It's the bystander CPR, it's having public access to defibrillation, and it's a great EMS system that we have in both hospitals, being STEMI receiving facilities for heart attacks. We work in and have a very good community. If you're going to have a heart attack, we're one of the better ones to have it in, if that's something you can be proud of, that I am. Next slide. And Pulse Point is something that we do also push at some of the public events that we have. And it's an app you can have on your phone. So if I'm out shopping, I don't know, at Lucky's grocery store and somebody goes down, it will, when somebody calls 911, it will look to see who in that area has this Pulse Point on their phone and said, I'm willing to help with CPR. And it will ping me and let me know that somebody needs help. And so I can go ahead and give first aid of CPR and finding out where the defibrillator is by using this app. And that's something, like I said, we really promote when we do all the hands-only CPR classes. Next slide. And then the communities that are heart safe, that really embrace a lot of the things that I've been talking about the defibrillators, the CPR, all that, as American Canyon and Calistoga in the city of Napa, and they both obtained the Heart Safe community level, and we're continuing to work on our other communities. So all of Napa County is at this level. Next slide. And Survivors Reunion. This is, we had it in 2019. We had it scheduled in 2020, and I kept thinking, oh no, we can just postpone it. It'll be fine. This is going to go away. Well, clearly it did not. And so 2020 was canceled, 2021 was canceled, 2022 was canceled. And I'm happy to say that we finally just had it back again on the 23rd. It was wonderful. I can't thank Black Stallion Winery enough for hosting this event, kind of being our home base for this. We had, if anybody was there or heard about it, the Napa Register did cover it. We had some great stories once again of people who survived, and you hear the bystander CPR, the early awareness to going, quickly to the hospital and the care that they got. And we'll have the picture of the 4 people that were our survivors at this year's celebration in next year's, 5 in next year's presentation. But always great stories, always some tears shed and a lot of hugs. And it's a great celebration of what we do here. Next slide. And then for 2022, again, it was still a little bit the whole pandemic response. We were just starting to come out a little bit, not doing as many public things as we could. Still a lot of virtual education, but like I said, slowly coming out of it, and we're really gearing up this year. It's just been amazing how many events we've already done, how many people have had bystander CPR. We're looking at doing another treasure hunt to try to find all the AEDs that might be out in the community that we're not aware of, so it can be on pulse point, so that if somebody does go down, we know exactly where it is, and we can send somebody to get it and to help that patient sooner. So that's a big push again for the coming year. Next slide. And then I'll kind of jumped ahead to the goals, continuing to identify all the AEDs. Sometimes businesses will get them and we don't have them registered, so we don't know that they're there. And so we really like to do that to make sure that they keep maintained, that the batteries are good, and everybody knows where they're at. So if somebody does go down, we can send somebody to get it to help out. Continuing with our education, the community on hands-only CPR, and then working on the other communities to get heart safe. And just like I said, I think you're going to be really impressed with the numbers coming up this year, but continuing, the same hard work we did in 2022 and previously, where we were hindered by, not having all the public activities that we normally do. We're definitely making great strides. Next slide. And that's it for me. If anybody has any questions, or if they have them after Sean gives his report, I'm more than happy to answer any questions. And I apologize, I planned on being there live, but when Sean said we were going to be on virtual, clearly I do not have the blur ability on my computer to the firewalls at the hospital, so you get to see my messy office. I apologize.
Thank you very much, Lois, for your presentation. At this time, I don't have questions from the board, so we'll proceed to the next presentation.
Great, thank you, Chair Ramos. Next slide, please. As I mentioned before, I'm Sean Vincent. I'm your EMS administrator. Here's a quick breakdown of EMS agency staffing. Last year, when we presented to the board, we notified that a bit of a restructuring that happened within public health and an expansion of responsibilities of beyond just the emergency medical services system, but also the responsibility of our public health emergency preparedness, our hospital preparedness program, as well as our pandemic influenza grant management. And so there's a few more staff members on here than have been within previous years. A couple of changes that have happened recently. First and foremost, our former EMS medical director, Dr. Zita Konik, has accepted a full-time position in Alameda County. And so we're really excited for her and that great opportunity to kind of expand her skill set. We were extremely lucky in the recruitment for her successor. We had a lot of qualified applicants. We landed on Dr. Carl Sporer, who was actually the outgoing EMS medical director for Alameda County. When he retired there, Dr. Connick took over. Dr. Sporer has an immense amount of experience, more than 25 years, serving in various capacities as an emergency physician, but namely as an emergency medical services medical director in San Mateo County, the city and county of San Francisco, and for the last 11 years with Alameda County. And so his vast amount of experience and knowledge, we're well positioned to have his expertise to help guide us clinically through the next several years. He's also currently serving as the health officer for Lake County. So he is very eager to get his feet wet and moving forward with taking Napa County to the next level. One of the other changes on here, an expansion, you'll see that second staff services analyst, our emergency preparedness med health planner, and I'll talk about some of the work that they'll be doing, but we're really trying to expand our preparedness for the next, health crisis, such as the COVID-19 pandemic that we've experienced over the last 3 years. So really building out some of our infrastructure for preparedness. The balance of the positions do remain flat: epidemiologist, health and human services technician, as well as our 2 EMS specialists. Next slide, please. So our EMS systems of care are 3 primary systems of care: trauma, STEMI or heart attack, as well as stroke. So the Queen of the Valley Medical Center is our level 3 trauma center, who just recently completed their survey from the American College of Surgeons Committee on Trauma and received glowing responses from their work. And in fact, it was one thing that continued to be highlighted in their analysis throughout that survey, because Dr. Sporer and I did have an opportunity to attend virtually, is their relationship with the EMS system. And Lois is certainly the backbone for that coordination with us. And so we're really lucky to have such a high functioning level 3 trauma center here in Napa County. As Lois mentioned in her presentation, both of our hospitals in county, Queen of the Valley as well as Adventist St. Helena, are both STEMI receiving or heart attack receiving centers. So they have the infrastructure and capacity, the staffing to take care of patients who need some critical intervention from a cardiologist, as well as stroke care. The last year I reported out that St. Helena Hospital was a new primary stroke receiving center. And the Queen of the Valley had been one for a number of years. And so we're very lucky to have cardiac and stroke care as well as our trauma care here in county. Next slide, please. A couple of EMS system updates to share in the last year. And so first I'll mention our emergency medical dispatch update. And so as a part of the RFP, your board may remember, we really wanted to emphasize the need for an evidence-based system for emergency medical dispatch. Over the last, I would say, 2 years or so, the city of Napa has really endeavored on achieving the need for us coming up to the 21st century in our emergency medical dispatch through the procurement of a system called ProQA or emergency priority dispatch system that utilizes something like 40 plus years full of data to really hone in on the calls when someone does call 911 and the questions that are asked and get appropriately triaged. The system did go live on June 23rd of 2022, and so we're almost a full year into that system. The dispatch manager did present at our latest emergency medical care committee on some of the data, some of the metrics that they're looking at measuring. And they have, it's a challenging system, and they've certainly made incremental changes in moving into the right direction. And they're currently seeking accreditation as an accredited center of excellence from the International Association of Emergency Dispatch. And we're really hoping to see achievement of the accreditation by the end of the calendar year, 2023. Some of our oversight agreements that we have, and as I mentioned, stroke care, trauma care, STEMI care, et cetera, we did update a couple of our agreements with both of our in-county hospitals. The Queen of the Valley stroke agreement was renewed last year. Our agreement with the Queen of the Valley for trauma services was renewed last year. And we also renewed agreements with Adventist Health for both STEMI or heart attack receiving, as well as our EMS receiving center. Our EMS symposium is a really exciting thing for us. We planned, much like the Survivors reunion, to do this in 2020. Unfortunately, some of the external variables prohibited us from doing so. So we were able to hold our first annual last year in 2022, where we had a significant amount of participation. We had north of 150 participants from something like 30 different states, and there was actually one international participant from Scotland, I believe. But this is a training opportunity that is free to Napa County EMS providers and is available. We made it available virtually just because of some of the unknowns and being able to put a large number of people into a single room. And it's really nice to be able to kind of broaden our reach and our influence in the California EMS system. But some of the topics that include are, sudden loss of consciousness and what to do, pediatric respiratory management, stroke care, and a variety of things, just to name a few. Our medical health response plan, and as I mentioned, our new response planner, we began a multi-year plan to update our medical health response plans in partnership with Napa County Office of Emergency Services, our public information officer, as well as our healthcare coalition. We have some grant requirements to hold medical health specific emergency response plans, and we have used them, unfortunately, on many occasions in the last at least 10 years or so. But the ones that we did have needed some refreshment, and they were a couple of years old. And so we are really digging into ensuring that our medical health specific or emergency support function 8 response plans are in line with the larger county response plan for things like novel respiratory virus and crisis emergency response communication, continuity of operations, et cetera. And so we're working through that incrementally to get ourselves into a nice position to be prepared for the next large event. Some of the COVID-19 response and support, it seems like forever ago as I sit here getting over COVID myself, but the beginning of the year, we really saw the Omicron surge. And we provided a significant amount of support for our healthcare system to ensure that there was appropriate staffing, equipment, et cetera, and so that took a pretty large undertaking early in the year. But we also saw the demobilization of the OptumServe test site and supported our COVID-19 team as public health created that team, and we provided them a considerable amount of support, as well as demobilizing a lot of the equipment and reconciliation of equipment and personal protective equipment that we saw or got during the COVID-19 response. We also completed a medical health after action report, and we also assisted with, and we're currently assisting Office of Emergency Services in the countywide AAR, which I believe they'll be finalizing here shortly. And then we have a couple of agreements that were executed with some providers. And so we executed an MOU or a memorandum of understanding authorizing CHP to provide ALS air rescue services, as well as an MOU with American Canyon Fire Protection District for ALS first response services. Next slide, please. I like to put this slide up mainly because you hear so much around ambulance patient offload times or ambulance patient offload delays around the state. There's quite a bit of legislation going on that we really saw that existed prior to the pandemic, but really kind of manifested itself into the forefront in the last couple of years, especially around the pandemic. I will say Napa County does not have the issues that other counties and cities have around ambulance patient offload times. And these are just a few of the hospitals that we have transported to, anything that yielded more than 200 or so transports per year. But you can see the two middle bars there is Queen of the Valley Medical Center. The 90th percentile of our ambulance patient offload time is just over 13 minutes. And for context, some of the legislation is proposing that 20 minutes is the standard. And so we think we're well positioned to be extremely compliant if that legislation passes. And then you can see at Venice Health St. Helena is at 9 minutes and 34 seconds. The two on the outside are Kaiser Vallejo Hospital at 20 minutes flat, and then Sutter Solano Hospital on the right there at just shy of 20 minutes. Next slide, please. The AMR exclusive emergency ambulance services agreement. And so your board likely remembers us going through a multi-year process for procuring an exclusive ambulance provider. It started in 2019, where we procured Endpoint EMS to perform a system assessment, assist us in the development of the request for proposals, assist in the management of it and the development of the contract. Your board signed that agreement on September 14th, 2021, and operations commenced at 11:59 on December 31st, 2021. And this contract really is intended to guarantee reliable ambulance services throughout the entire county. And I'll go through some of the work that AMR has done in the last year. So next slide, please. So first and foremost, disaster response equipment enhancement. And so as we're aware here in Napa County, we are not immune to disasters. And so when American Medical Response put into their proposal some of the enhancements, I'd like to highlight a couple of them here. First and foremost, they have really built out their off-road remote response ability. And so requiring their supervisor vehicles to have four-wheel drive capacity, as well as having a four-wheel drive ambulance available for a variety of things. One thing that I wasn't expecting until just a couple of months ago is having snow capacity, which came in handy when we saw some snow up on the hill up in Angwin. And so it's really a nice option to have in case we do have some off-road needs. They also purchased an emergency command and communications vehicle, and this is essentially a vehicle that could be placed in any incident when requested, with multiple computer terminals, radio channels. It also has a satellite cellular on wheels, or a SAT-COW, if you will, to be able to connect with cell phones to provide interoperability. As we remember, in 2017, we lost cellular service for a while. And so things like this really build our resilience out in ensuring that if we do have a need for a response, we do have some capacity within that to kind of build into the larger county response needs. They also purchased a multi-casualty incident bus. Your board probably remembers a couple of other fires that we had in 2020, the LNU Lightning Complex, as well as the Glass Fire, where Venice Health St. Helena was evacuated twice in 39 days. And in our facilitation of that evacuation, one of the assets that we utilized from a neighboring county was this large multi-casualty incident bus that was able to transport up to 12 patients. And we had an appropriate destination for them. And so American Medical Response also purchased one of these buses to have in county to be able to utilize as a regional asset, but really be available and pre-positioned for any needs that we have in Napa County. We also enhanced the response time standards in this latest contract. And so one of the things that we did, your board may remember, we had 4 response zones: urban, suburban, rural, and wilderness under the previous contract. One of the things that we did with the new contract is we created what's called the Rural 2. And so we now have a Rural 1, which is essentially the same response time standards as the old Rural, but we cut into what was previously the Wilderness Zone and shortened that response time requirement by 30%, ensuring that we're getting ambulances to some of the rural areas a lot quicker. But one of the big things that we really did was expand the suburban zone. And so under the old agreement, We had two areas that were considered a suburban zone. It would be the city of St. Helena and the city of Calistoga. We really expanded that, and we saw a 25% increase in total number of calls that kind of fit into that bucket in the first couple of months, and based on the previous few years. And so we saw a 30% decrease in available response time, getting ambulances to some of the areas in what was previously a rural zone a lot quicker. We also included clinical performance metrics. And so we were one of the early counties to adopt this. And so for context, old ambulance contracts really had limitations on how you could hold your ambulance provider accountable. We knew what time a 911 call came in, and we knew what time the ambulance arrived at the home. But what we're really seeing is an emergence of an understanding that we want to make sure that the care being provided to our community is also proficient. And so with the adoption in 2016 of the requirement for utilizing an electronic patient care, electronic health record system that is compliant under the National EMS Information System standard, we really have some objective metrics that we can establish in holding our ambulance provider accountable, ensuring that not only are they arriving on time, but they're also providing the appropriate care at the appropriate time. And so our clinical metrics really focus on cardiac care, stroke care, and trauma care, ensuring that we're going to the right hospitals, providing the right care at the right time, et cetera. Mutual aid agreements. So one of the things that we did require in our contract is to ensure that our ambulance provider has mutual aid agreements with our neighboring counties. And so AMR has endeavored to seek those agreements out, and they have completed execution of agreements with Sonoma and Yolo counties. We are currently working with Chief Marcucci and South Lake County Fire on an agreement with Lake County for some of the services being provided in kind of the north area of the county, and ensuring that there's consistency in how we are ordering them, and if there is appropriate reimbursement for those services. And we are still pending on Medic Ambulance in Solano County, but that is to come. Community engagement, that's a big one, and Lois really hit the nail on the head, saying that you will be extremely impressed in next year's report. As was reported, there were 1,700 individuals trained in hands-only CPR in 2022, but that really only kind of touches the surface on it, because there were also where there were 20 events that really captured the 1,700 individuals. We put in a requirement for a community engagement specialist with AMR to have this role and be engage into the community on a variety of issues. They include open houses, career fairs, trying to get the supply chain of EMTs and paramedics, basic first aid, show and tell events with preschoolers, and they always hold an annual toy drive, which was independent of the community engagement requirement, but their specialists really kind of led the AMR efforts on that. And I will say, I reported out at the EMCC that through Q1 of 2023, we've already seen 2,033 community members trained in hands-only CPR and AED. So, and I fully expect us to move that forward in partnership with our Public Information Education Committee, which is made up of our hospitals, our fire departments, our ambulance providers, the Queen's Heart Safe program, et cetera. And so we're really excited to kind of get back out of the COVID land and really get that information out there. And the last bit on here is tablet command. That was a requirement within the contract, and both the city of Napa and American Canyon have taken the lead and partnered with AMR on the development of this, which is a piece of software that provides situational awareness, and it really will enhance our ability for interoperability. I know that Napa County Fire is working on theirs as well. And so we're really excited to see how those connections are made and really enhance our ability for situational awareness on large events as well as the day-to-day operations. Next slide, please. So reporting, so there in the initial opening of the agreement, I think I reported last year that there were some initial challenges, but AMR has met their contractual requirements for response time standards over the past 12 months. And so we're really happy to see that they've gotten their feet under them and they're moving forward with these increased improvements. And you can see that total calls responded to in 2022 came to 93.19% of all requests in 2022. And then the next slide, please, will break down it per month. And so this is a breakdown of priority 1 through 4 calls in all zones. And you can see that in January, it did fall short there. But at the end of the year, we were at 93.19. I believe that's my last slide, but if you wouldn't mind advancing. Thank you, Chair Ramos, members of the board, for the opportunity to present. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Supervisor Cottrell.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mr. Vincent, for the presentation. That was helpful, and I've got to say I was the beneficiary of some AED training at the Angwin Flea Market, so that was, now I know how to use that. So I think that's a huge service, and getting out into the community where people already are is great. And in terms of the report, I guess I mostly have maybe suggestions of other data points that I would love to see included for next year, because I think you being able to come educate us here today helps us not only understand the activities, but also try to understand trends in the county. I love that at the end we see total contracted responses in terms of number of calls, and that's the kind of data I'd be interested in moving forward. Number of calls, number of transports, and then just some demographic info, you know, what parts of the county are being served more or less, because I think we also know that emergency response is often, that means we've missed out on prevention services, and so I think that's important. Age of clients, we just heard about, this is the month to be aware of elder abuse, and being understanding how our elder population is served through our ambulances is important, as well as repeats, and finally understanding how unhoused individuals are using our emergency services, I think would be a helpful data point. And finally, understanding a little bit about how AMR's performance is doing. I love this month-over-month slide is helpful, but a year-over-year slide would be helpful too. So thank you for all the information.
Great suggestions. Thank you so much.
Supervisor Gregory.
Yeah, thank you, Sean and Lois. Great presentation. Thanks too to our county fire staff who are here and our city partners in the audience. Thanks for being here. I think I might probably guess what patient offload means, but it's a term I'm not familiar with. Sean, could you just explain it?
And I forget, I live in my echo chamber of understanding these things, and apologies for not clarifying that. Ambulance patient offload time is essentially the time in which an ambulance arrives at an emergency department, and that patient is transferred over to definitive care, whether it be an RN at the hospital or an emergency physician. And so what we really look at this is the delta in there. And so some of the areas around California, you can, and where I worked prior to coming to Napa County, I would see 10 hours. I would see on average, 7 to 10 hours of having my paramedics with patients on their gurneys in an emergency department on a hallway. And so what happens there is you have these patients that are not only not getting care within the emergency department, not only starting that care that they're needed in the hospital, but now you have ambulances that are not on the streets available to respond to 911 calls. And so this becomes a deployment issue. and it becomes an availability issue, because when you deplete your providers, and in not all cases it's just ambulances too. So when we have our fire paramedics that ride in on the ambulance, they have retained patient care, and so they're unavailable to necessarily to go back out onto the fire engine to respond to calls. And so we see this depletion in available 911 resources. And so there have been attempts around the state, and like I said, there's some legislation out there that's really trying to address this issue, to be able to getting ambulances back in service in a more timely manner so that they can respond to calls.
Got it.
Yeah.
So we've all, I think, experienced waiting in the ER, waiting to get in the door, right? So AMR rolls them in and has to stay with them until they're officially transferred. Is that how it works?
Yeah, that's correct. So you have to have an official transfer of care. There has to be a communication from the receiving center, or from the paramedic to the receiving center, articulating the summary of the issues, vital signs, treatment that was provided, a whole list of things, and then the hospital has to accept that patient, and then they will physically transfer off of their ambulance cot into the hospital gurney, and then they can get their gurney back out and get back into service.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, of course.
And we're acutely aware of being part of that system too. So we're the paramedic base station hospital for the county. So when we get that call, we will sometimes hold a room or clear a room so we can get that patient offloaded and get that ambulance back into service as quick as possible.
Thank you. I wanted to follow up on the comments of Supervisor Cottrell, and I do think that it's warranted to be able to look at our response times from AMR specific to the mapping that has been updated. And I pulled up our GIS mapping, and most particularly I'm interested, as you look at our different zones between urban, suburban, rural 1, rural 2, we have some pockets of rural 2 that are not connected to, that are disconnected from each other. So we've got some pockets in the southern portion of the county that are rural 2, but then we also have some urbanized areas that are detached from each other. And given also that our population based, really when you look at Napa County, you're looking at a south of First Street here in Napa downward. I think it would be really helpful to have a follow-up from you, Sean, that can really lay out, based on the GIS mapping, where the call volume is coming from, what the percentage of response rate is per the zoning agreement of response as outlined in the ambulance contract. As I've expressed before, I have heard concerns and sharing those concerns that the distance from the up valley to down in the South County, it's a substantial difference, and it is certainly a difficult thing to maneuver in the evening hours as commute times may happen. And while I know that there have been some efforts towards a redesign of the pre-positioning of those ambulances, it's really important for us to continuously look at this. And so given that we've been at this contract iteration now almost 2 years, I think it would be very helpful to see map-wise where the call volume is coming from, what that response rate is, time-wise, but also percentage-wise. I do see that there is compliance overall, but responding in an urbanized zone, and responding there at 90% of the time does not necessarily match up with response rates in the rural 1 and the rural 2. So I think it would be really helpful to see that overall performance by category of zone.
Yes, absolutely. And just, to break down, we break down in holding AMR accountable at a much granular level than here. This is more for brevity's sake. But if you go to the Napa EMS agency website on the franchise page, we break down every month by the compliance zones based on priority and based on location at a much more granular level. But I would be more than happy to do a deep dive and analysis of where those calls are actually landing percentage-wise. I could show clusters and heat maps about where our volume really exists, and happy to come back and provide an update on that.
I think that would be really great, and especially as we know that in the summer months, we have greater call volume out to Lake Berryessa and incidents. I think that is something for us to be really aware of as we're planning for further intensified development and recreational activities out in Berryessa. Supervisor Pedroza.
Thank you, Chair. And I just want to echo the comments of Supervisor Ramos and Supervisor Cottrell. You know, Sean, I'm really interested in those heat maps, because if it allows us to understand, is there a precursor, is there an underlying issue going on from health access or healthy communities, that type of data could be so valuable for us as policymakers. So I'm really interested in getting that and trying to understand what's going on, if there is clusters and heat maps that are happening. So those are just my comments. And again, thank you for everything that everyone does. Appreciate it.
Thanks.
Supervisor Gallagher.
I just wanted to agree. I would love to see this information that both Supervisor Ramos and Cottrell brought up. And is it correct that there is a formula for determining response rates? And if so, if at some point we can dig into that a little bit and understand that better?
Are you referring to the priority level of the response by the formula?
Yeah, sure.
So there absolutely is, and one of the things that I had reported earlier on the emergency medical dispatch is really utilizing a north of 40-year evidence-based system that was developed by a physician in the early 70s on how to triage calls. And so when you call 911 and the questions that get asked of you and the way you answer it takes them down, the call taker down an algorithm. And so based on the responses that are given to those call takers, a formula is created that is a complex system, but by all means, but it is the gold standard throughout the United States, if not internationally, on how to determine the acuity level. And so we call them determinant codes. And so based on those responses given into those calls, establishes a response time requirement. And we've really seen a positive improvement in our determinant and establishment of priorities for those calls that are out there.
And that's all coordinated through with fire and all the agencies that would be involved in responding to a 911 call?
Correct. We partnered with our two fire departments that utilize Napa Central as well as AMR, as well as Napa Police Department that oversees the dispatch center. We utilize that system to establish those prioritizations of calls, and it's really and work with our former medical director, Dr. Connick, and our new medical director, Dr. Sporer, to establish based on the clinical need of those patients. Because at the end of the day, we could send lights and sirens, everybody to every single call, but we also put our responders at risk for doing that. And so we want to make sure that the level of response is going to the right level of patient. And so let's say, for example, there are two calls across the street from each other. One is a stub toe and one is a cardiac arrest. And if they both had equal response time requirements, and that stub toe came in first, in theory, through the algorithm, they would go to the stub toe instead of the cardiac arrest, and another response entity would come in behind them. And so we want to make sure that we're sending the right resources at the right level at the right time to those right patients.
Thank you.
Yeah, of course.
That is all I see for questions, as if that wasn't enough, or comments from the board at this time. I'll open public comment on this item. Seeing none, I'll close public comment. Bring it back to the board unless there are further comments. This was simply a receiving of the annual report, and I'd like to thank both you, Sean and Lois, for being with us today and providing us the information. Sean, I think you did receive some requests from the board for additional information, so we look forward to scheduling that at a future date.
I'm looking forward to it. Thank you for your time, board.
Thank you so much. At this time, we will take a 14-minute break, and when we resume, we will resume with item 11D.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
We are now back from recess. At this time, we will hear matter 11D, the treasurer tax collector request the following actions regarding tax defaulted properties. One is consideration of two possible of resolution A, approving the sale of 65 tax defaulted properties, and the second is consideration of resolution B, approving the sale of 41 of the other tax defaulted properties. Mr. Minahan.
Chair Ramos, members of the board, Bob Minahan, your treasurer tax collector. Item 11D deals with the most difficult aspect of my job, which is the sale of tax defaulted properties. In order to qualify for auction, a parcel must have defaulted taxes at least 5 years old. Once a parcel is delinquent by 5 years, Revenue and Taxation Code requires that the county tax collector attempt to auction the parcel if it's not fully redeemed, which means all property taxes, assessments, penalties, and interest are paid off. Before a parcel gets to our defaulted tax auction list, tax collector staff will have sent numerous notices of delinquent taxes. We've provided the owner with the county's power to sell. In addition, my staff has provided information on additional resources available to each taxpayer, whether it be the county-sponsored 5-year payment plan or state-sponsored grant opportunities or the state's property tax postponement plan for seniors. Moving through the auction process, the tax collector is required by law to perform a search for all interested parties on each parcel of land headed to auction. And once identified, my staff will send each party a notice stating our intent to sell the parcel at auction. In addition, we're required to attempt to have a personal contact for each parcel that includes a residence. In the current auction list, we have 5 parcels that have residences built upon them. We've already contacted our public guardian, and he has been reaching out to these property owners to determine whether they need help in determining the process of how to go about paying their taxes. These parcels, if they have a residence, typically are fully paid, so they don't have a mortgage on them, and they're just simply not paying their property taxes. In order to move forward with our proposed internet auction scheduled for September 6th and 7th, I am required to obtain approval from your board. As seems always to be the case with me, this item is a tad more complicated than past auction plans. We have parcel listings and resolutions created for 2 distinct pools of parcels. Action 1, Exhibit A, Resolution A, represents parcels that have a realistic possibility of selling at auction and don't have any complicating factors associated with them. Action 2, Exhibit B, and Resolution B represent parcels located within an assessment district where redemption and assessment outstanding are significantly higher than the value of the property, and these are all bare land properties. In addition, assessments levied by an assessment district are not discharged unless fully paid through auction proceeds. So if the parcel sold below the outstanding assessment amount, the remaining assessment carries forward and becomes the liability of the new owner. The likelihood of a successful auction of these parcels under this scenario is remote. If the board chooses not to approve these parcels by not approving item 2 as allowed by the state controller, the county will avoid paying approximately $13,000 or more in required auction fees. I'd like to recognize Ryan Fitzgerald, who's behind me, and County Counsel's office for their expertise in helping me decipher competing guidance throughout this process and ensure I meet my responsibilities under Revenue and Taxation Code while also providing your board the ultimate level of flexibility. Finally, all property owners have until 5 p.m. on the day preceding the auction to redeem their parcels and have the parcels removed from auction. So I'm here to answer any questions you may have about this, this item.
Thank you. Do we have any questions from the board at this time? Seeing none, I will open public comment on this matter. There are no public comments lined up at this time. I'll close public comment. I'll bring it back to the board for discussion and direction. Supervisor Cottrell.
Thank you, Chair Ramos. I had a comment and a question. First of all, Mr. Menhan, I appreciate how much time you have spent on this. I know you've met with each of the supervisors individually to help us understand the complexity of these two different types of properties and sales. So I wanted to thank you for that. And then also, as you've just outlined, the repeated attempts to contact, support, offer, resources to people whose properties may be in default. Just a question, what percentage of these homeowners on either List A or List B have ever responded or have we heard from?
We've worked with a few. It is not more than a handful. There are a few property owners who had started 5-year payment plans on their parcels but didn't follow through. And so, it's not a large amount. A lot of the parcels that we're talking about are effectively abandoned. And so the reason why their property taxes are in default is because they have no intention of keeping the property.
Thank you.
Any other questions, comments by the board? Supervisor Gregory.
Yeah, I'm leaning towards approving the first resolution and not the second. You heard earlier in our agenda that there's hope for the community out there, and it's not, if we can avoid that at this time, I'd like to do that. So I would make a motion to approve Resolution A.
Madam Chair, there was a correction memo on this item.
Thank you. Before you is a correction memo regarding the physical address of some of the parcels. And that is before us at the dais. For me, I'll go ahead and say I am going to be supportive of Supervisor Gregory's motion to approve Resolution A and to take no action on Resolution B at this time. Two principal reasons, but we're not going to realize the value. That redemption is simply too high, and it's simply not worth expending $13,000 to realize the inevitable that they're not going to be marketable. And I think it gives us also the option to take a look at this at a later time, as I'm sure the owners know what we know. So I'll be supportive of that motion, which doesn't have a second right now.
Chair, I thought you had seconded that motion, but I'm happy to second that motion.
Okay, so we have a motion by Supervisor Gregory, second by Supervisor Pedroza to approve Resolution A, take no action on Resolution B. Supervisor Cottrell.
Thank you. I had a question for Mr. Menhan. What does it mean kind of procedurally if we do not take action on the parcels in Tranche B?
Those parcels can come back to auction at any time. And so the fact that the board's removing them from auction at this point in time doesn't mean that we can't hold a subsequent auction. By law, the tax collector is required to have an auction every 4 years for first-time parcels, every 6 years for parcels that have been auctioned prior. That doesn't mean that that's you have to wait that long. We can have an auction every year if we so choose. We just typically don't have sufficient defaulted properties that would require an auction every year.
So by delaying this, we're not pushing the question of a need to do another auction next year, for example.
No, we have plenty of parcels. If your board has taken action and now wants to proceed with an auction in a year or two, we can do that.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay. We have a motion by Supervisor Gregory and a second by Supervisor Pedrosa. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Minahan. Next, we'll take up our administrative items in order. Item 11A, the interim county executive officer, or in this case, our assistant CEO, Ms. Becky Craig, will provide a report on pending future agenda items requested the board meeting of May 16th, and is specifically requesting a discussion and direction regarding language access reports provided by COED and Live Healthy Napa County. Ms. Craig.
That is exactly why I'm sitting here. Good morning. I am opening this up for discussion to see what the board's preference is. We've provided the two reports that were mentioned. We are available to do any further work and determine what the next steps might be for implementing any of the recommendations or even moving beyond the studies.
Want me to go? I brought it up, so. And I'm looking for my notes and I can't find them. Great, thank you. I brought this up because of a few different issues. I think it's important that we get back to working on the language access plan. I think it's something that had maybe been on a bit of a hiatus and is really important to do. Just received some information from the COAD on their report having to do with language access during emergencies. And I know that there is a report, we see there's a report also that has come out from Live Healthy Napa County, which I think would be very, very interesting to hear more details around their interviews with affected communities. And I'd like to make sure that we are looking at a comprehensive plan, something that goes beyond communication during emergencies. And this is something pretty typical in other jurisdictions to have robust language access plans, as a matter of equity and assuring that that everyone in the community has access to government and that they can understand proceedings and ask questions and are able to engage and participate. So I know this was something that was started last year. I don't know how long it's been in the works, but it has, been pushed a little bit aside because of other priorities, understandable, but I think we need to get back to working on this and moving it forward.
Supervisor Pedrosa.
Thank you, Chair, and I appreciate Supervisor Gallagher bringing this up. We've talked about this problem many, many times, and I'm interested in supporting this, but I just don't want to keep doing the same thing over again, and we don't really penetrate the issue. I think we really have to understand what's the problem we're trying to solve and make sure that we're actually hearing from the people that we want to help in a way that allows us to actually identify the problem and really know what are the measurable outcomes that we're trying to achieve. So I don't want to spend money on something that already tells us the problem. I really want to take a deep dive and actually try to solve this problem. So I'll support it if it means really sinking our teeth into it in a more meaningful way.
I agree with you. And for reference, the Institute for Local Government has some great resources around creating language access plans, a great checklist. So there are resources out there that can help us put something together that is something that we can implement that will be effective. I agree with Supervisor Pedrosa. I don't want to just have something that's kind of like, here's our plan, put it on the shelf, but what's actionable and how are we going to make those changes so that we see greater access.
And I'll just note, during the pandemic when both myself and the Ag Commissioner were actually going out to vineyards and talking to people, it was one of the most effective ways to really understand the issues and how they want to be communicated. And we all make assumptions, and the fact that everyone virtually took out a cell phone and said, if you do videos, we'll pay attention, it was so powerful. But we had to kind of let our assumptions go.
Yep.
And to me, that's really what I want to make sure we're doing here. So I agree with Supervisor Gallagher. It's really making sure we're owning it and including funding it to make sure we get it done.
I think when we look back at, yes, we did hear very much that, especially for our bilingual or monolingual community, that videos were incredibly important. And we had actually had this discussion long ago when we went from Nixle, Everbridge, and talking about the opportunity of doing audio messaging that comes through and video type messaging that comes through. When it comes to language access, what I would really like to see us bring forward in a plan is that we just move off this concept of translation, because that's what we've been doing at the county. We've simply engaged in an effort to translate information as opposed to competently and culturally appropriately approach the dissemination of bringing people in with the information that we have. It's, I think it's really important for us to look beyond just simply saying, yes, that message was translated, because that's not what access is about. Access is about equity, about meeting people where they're at, and I think that goes far beyond the simply putting something on a website and our social media and expecting that to reach the intended population. I'll share personally. I think to myself, if this time were to roll back into the 80s, my father with a second grade education from Mexico, and we were learning English together, text messaging would have been very challenging as a family. Back then, many of my cousins would translate messaging for their parents because they did not have literacy in their primary language nor in a second language. And so I think we really need to drill down and understand that we have to have different mediums of communication, and understanding that our intended recipients have different aptitudes of literacy. I also think we need to work closely. Supervisor Pedroza and I spent a lot of time with our nonprofit partners in 2017 of what that competent messaging looks like. And really what came out of that when we had those initial discussions were audio and video files are far more well received. I do believe we also need to look at partners such as KBBF in Santa Rosa, which has an indigenous language radio show each week that is in Mixteca, and Mixteca is actually a language that is spoken here by a number of farm workers as their primary language. So it isn't just Spanish. And then as the district supervisor in American Canyon, I'll say we also need to look at Hindi. We need to look at Punjabi, and we need to look at Filipino Tagalog, not because people don't speak English, but because their preferred method of receiving communication is in a different language.
Yes.
Supervisor Cottrell.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm in agreement with everything that has been said here, and I think it's pretty clear that we as a board think this is a priority. So the question is sort of how to operationalize it, and, to Supervisor Perdoza's point of not spending money to wonder what the problem is. And so, I mean, in an ideal world, what I would like to see is that we have some way of organization-wide, county-wide, helping every department go through the kind of checklist that Supervisor Gallagher is mentioning. And I think part of the challenge is, where does this responsibility sit? Is it something that is an assignment in each department? Is it something that sits with communications from the CEO's office? Does it sit in HHSA just because they're doing so much work client facing? I don't know those things, so maybe that is something we as a board could ask staff to come up with some specific options of how we might do this, including that we want to move forward. You know, this is about not a study, but to say, how are we solving this? And the other piece I would add, and Chair Ramos, I think you flagged this already, as did others, is it's language plus technology. So that if we get the language access piece right, and then we're not addressing the fact that technological adoption varies across our county too. So it's access.
Supervisor Pedroza.
Thank you, Chair. So we can create an ad hoc committee, informal ad hoc committee, to start working with you and communications to really start defining it. We're going to have to spend money at some point if we actually want to make meaningful change. But I think the point is, how do you start defining what's on the table and whether it's external, internal? I still think it's external and internal, but it's not ready for maybe a concrete action. But I would support an ad hoc committee that can start really owning this, so we know where it goes and how you resource it.
I appreciate that. And along the lines of Supervisor Cottrell, I definitely think it needs to be housed in the CEO's office, because it's going to be organization-wide, and it needs to have that support and understanding of the priorities from the board. But I do believe it's going to be the responsibility of all the departments to be able to implement it, but it will need to have cohesion and a clear understanding of what the outcomes we're seeking. So, and I think an ad hoc, if supervisors want to be engaged in that process also, would be welcome.
Supervisor Gallagher.
I think it's important too that we involve community partners, so that we do that right from the beginning, because they are the trusted messengers in many cases, and making sure that we make good use of that.
I agree with that. And, you know, just to reiterate, and I think I've heard it here, but just to reiterate, we've come a long way, especially during disasters, in terms of our messaging and our access related to emergencies. It needs to move beyond emergencies. It needs to be a way in which we conduct business at the county, an expectation for all departments, but to be more than simply the translation on a website and on social media, to really be able to integrate those community partners that can deliver the message for us in a culturally competent way. Supervisor Cottrell.
At the risk of voluntelling, I was going to suggest Supervisor Gallagher and Supervisor Pedroza on the ad hoc.
I totally agree with voluntelling. So I think we have direction. If we could just have agreement from the board that if the ad hoc will be Supervisor Gallagher, Supervisor Pedroza, to work with our Assistant CEO towards some next steps forward towards a cohesive language access plan with deliverables.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. You know what? I'm going to go ahead and take public comment on this item before I really go all the way. Any public comment on this item? Seeing none, I'll close public comment. And the board's direction, I think, is very clear. Thank you so much, Ms. Craig. Next, item 11B, the interim county executive officer requests the board appoint 2 supervisors to meet with 2 City of Calistoga council members to discuss disposition of the Calistoga Fairgrounds, and also appoint 2 supervisors to meet with 2 City of Napa council members to discuss joint facility planning.
Yes, Madam Chair, it's a ad hoc 2x2 day. As previously directed by the board, we are coming back and asking for the board to appoint 2 members for a 2x2 with the City of Calistoga regarding fairgrounds, and a 2x2 with the City of Napa regarding a joint, regarding exploring the idea of a joint facility. And we await your appointment.
Supervisor Gregory.
Well, what goes around comes around. I'd like to volunteer Supervisor Cottrell that, given it's her district, I think it should certainly be her. And as mentioned at last meeting, I'm willing to be her second.
Okay, so let's go ahead and we'll talk about the other one too, and I'll open public comment for both of them. So we've got Calistoga with a proposal of Supervisor Cottrell and Supervisor Gregory. What is your will, board, for City of Napa 2x2?
I'm happy to pay it forward. Given the fact that I think Supervisor Gallagher and Supervisor Gregory share the majority of the city limits, I think that would be strategically a good committee.
Seconded that. Excellent. Okay, so now I will open public comment on both 2x2s. We have proposals for the Calistoga 2x2 to be Supervisor Cottrell and Supervisor Gregory, and the Napa 2x2 to be Supervisor Gallagher and Supervisor Gregory. Wow, you're winning today. Public comment is open. Seeing none, I'll close public comment and I'll bring it back to the board. We have a motion by Supervisor Pedroza, second by myself. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Happy 2x2ing to you all. Next, we'll take up item 11C, the interim county executive officer requests discussion and direction regarding preparation of a regional climate action plan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This was also requested by the board for an update on the regional climate action plan. So last year, the county completed its work on the regional greenhouse gas inventory as the administrating agency for the Climate Action Committee. And the next step arising out of that inventory, as agreed to by the Climate Action Committee, was the preparation of a regional climate action plan. That was discussed at the NICLOG meeting in October of last year and broadly supported, and followed up with meetings with each of the city councils between December and March, and each of the jurisdictions, the cities and the county and the town, all also supported the regional climate action plan. At the meeting last month, the Climate Action Committee reiterated its support as the preparation of a regional climate action plan being the #1 priority for the coming year. However, that support as the #1 priority may have been somewhat predicated on the hope that there would be funding coming from the state for this effort. We were notified on Thursday late that our $600,000 grant to OPR for preparing a climate action plan had not been accepted. And so that money will not be coming in. We're still waiting to hear about a $500,000 request we've made through Assemblymember Aguilar Curry's office. The cost of a regional climate action plan would probably be somewhere in the neighborhood of $200,000 to $500,000, depending on how complicated or how extensive it was. In talking with the city managers in the last few days, the cities have indicated that collectively they have budgeted about $255,000 for the Climate Action Committee in next year's budgets. That's the 5 cities in town collectively, about $250,000 ballpark. That's for all operations of the Climate Action Committee, but certainly could be used as well as to pay for staffing of the PBS and County Council to go towards a regional climate action plan. May not be enough to finish one. And so the question would come back as to whether the county would want to meet any additional monies that would be needed to fill that gap, and what the board's pleasure is on moving forward with the regional climate action plan at this point.
Supervisor Gregory?
Oh. Well, it was a holdover, but I'm ready to go. So I think obviously a lot of this work will be done in committee with members from each agency and staff support. A question on the structure of it. We've talked, it's not really referenced in the staff report, but we've talked about doing an umbrella sort of template type document that we all agree on, and then each agency goes and fills in the blanks. Or we've talked about really one plan that we all adopt. Have you thought more about that, Assistant CEO Morrison?
Certainly, the structure of the Regional Climate Action Committee is not to, I'm sorry, the Climate Action Committee is as a collaborative effort amongst the 6 jurisdictions. It's not an agency that has any kind of regulatory authority over the 6 agencies. Each of the agencies has 2 members who then have to go back to their respective decision-making bodies for authority. So while we could do one integrated plan, that would either have to be, either the structure of the CAC would have to change to become more of an oversight agency, or all 6 jurisdictions would have to agree to adopt the same document. That the latter could be done. It'd probably take more time to negotiate a consensus plan between 6 jurisdictions, rather than providing an umbrella where each of them could pull from a menu of items and adopt individually. I think either or are possible. One will just take longer and probably be more expensive process than the other.
Yeah. Well, it does seem that the committee could do a lot of great work with, let's say, 2 from each agency, and then negotiate something, and it gets to each jurisdiction, and it may not pass if they can't get another vote or concurrence with their bodies. So I'm concerned about that. So I do lean towards a new structure for the organization that could complete something in one place. And then the only other initial comment I have right now is this big question between 2050, 2045, 2030. I don't know what the right answer is, but I do think some investment in getting that answer is appropriate with the consultant that we bring on. We know that 2030 is a lot more difficult and expensive than 2050, and there's a lot of talk about that in the community. I just think it's time we get our arms around that, and so I'd like to see us spend some time and money with a consultant to answer that for us, or probably not any hard answers, but give us good guidance. That's it for now. Thanks.
Supervisor Pedrosa.
Thank you, Chair. Interim CEO Morrison, so what exactly is the question or direction you're asking today? I want to be clear.
I'm looking for direction on how the board wants to proceed. We can continue. Well, let me preface by saying this. The Climate Action Committee, I think, was significantly counting on outside funding coming in to make this project available or make it feasible. I think without that funding, it makes the possibility of a climate action plan less potentially likely. Okay. As that's not been confirmed by any of the other jurisdictions. As I said, right now we have about $250,000 to pay for Climate Action Committee and any additional efforts. The committee also talked about wanting to achieve a REACH code, which would ban all natural gas in construction, and an electric vehicle charging station plan. Without outside funding, I don't know that all 3 of those can be achieved. It'd really be, can we do one of those probably? We could do a regional climate action plan. I guess what I'm looking for direction at this point would be if additional money beyond the 33% cost share that the county's already agreed to would be required to make the regional climate action plan happen. Is that something that the county wants to backfill, or do I need to go back to the other cities in town and ask for additional funding?
Okay, I think I get your question. So the answer is yes for me. And look, we're about to embark on budget. So it's a perfect opportunity for this county and every municipality to prioritize climate change. You know, and it's rare that Jim Wilson and I are on the same page. It's pretty well documented, but Jim and I are on the same page on needing to do a regional plan. And we all love to organize, come together, do summits, talk about a climate crisis. And when it matters most, we can't bring the money forward. So we have to stop talking about this and actually start prioritizing it. a budget's a reflection of what investments we want to make in our community. And I may be the last person to bring this up, some folks may feel, but we've been talking about this. We've had community initiatives around this. We need to step up and lean into this and do it. If not, I'm really going to call into question what people's motives are. So enough of the talking. We know what it costs. It's easy to play with other people's money. We have to put our own money into it and our own values into it. So I don't want to keep talking about this. As you all know, I'm pretty frustrated. And those that are on the Climate Action Committee got a flavor of it whenever that Friday was. But we created the committee. We all campaign on this. Time to step into it. So I'm done, but yes.
Supervisor Cottrell.
Thank you. And I think I was the one who suggested this as an agenda item, so I'm really happy we're doing this because no, it's great because I mean, what I was thinking about a couple of months ago was what are our contingencies, right? If we're waiting for this grant and it doesn't come through, what are we going to do? And that's the moment we're in at this moment. So totally agree that this today now is the hour to make a plan about how we proceed forward. And also to the point about this is budget time, we have in our CEO's letter, you know, we include the regional climate action plan as part of what we as a board are accomplishing. So I would like to see us move forward with this. It's great to hear that, you know, there is some funding from the other, that there's this $255K collectively budgeted. I also think we just need some clarity too about the Climate Action Committee, because what you're saying, David, about priorities, those are terrific that the committee has. And I'd love to hear, Alfredo, you just spoke some too, and Joel, to hear about where you see that committee going, because I think what we have said clearly here is that we want to do a regional climate action plan as this board. So that's the direction I think we need to go in. And the other priorities are, those are great too, but those should not distract us from moving forward on this. So I'd like to see us, well, I'll stop there and listen to what other folks have to say too.
Supervisor Gregory.
Thank you. And I appreciate Supervisor Pedrosa's after me coming back down to the core question. I jumped way over that. But I do want to say, certainly support the regional approach and think the county should contribute our fair share in as well should the cities, and we should get to work. Mr. Morrison, what would be the plan to get cities on the same page? Would that occur at the committee?
I do want to, that have to occur at each individual city council, since neither the two members on the committee can speak for their represented jurisdictions, nor can the city managers. I do want to give credit where credit is due. In correspondence I received from the city managers, the city of Napa has increased has said that their budget could set aside up to $150,000 for this year for the climate action plan, compared to their contribution of $40,000 last year. And I also want to recognize St. Helena, who has proposed increasing their contribution from $11,000 last year to $60,000 this year. Yountville and Calistoga are more or less satisfied with their existing climate action plans, I believe, so they may be less motivated. American Canyons indicated they would keep funding the same as it was last year. I do want to acknowledge that two of the cities have offered to add additional money towards this effort. But again, if it's as noted in the staff report, depending on how aggressive we are about timeline, depending on how specific we are about measures, depending on how much public outreach we want to conduct, that cost can vary quite a bit. So there will be a gap that either the cities will have to contribute more, or the county will have to fill, or we'll have to reduce the scope of what our hope is in terms of a regional climate action plan.
Thank you. So I think there's two big threshold questions, and I don't know if we send our two committee reps back to try to find consensus in committee, but it seems to be the cost and who's going to pay for it and how. And the governance. Is it a body I think you've laid out like a regional authority that could actually develop something and approve it, right?
Yes.
do we want something like that, or we want something that is generated in a committee and has to go back to 6 places for approval?
I think there's a underlying question to the cost in terms of scope. You don't know the cost until you figure out what it is you want to do.
So that's part of the cost.
That's part of the cost. Yeah. In
So
terms
is it
of how much of a Cadillac plan do we want?
So in terms of going somewhere with this, is it fair to kind of get clear on those questions we want our reps to the committee to answer, the committee members? Yeah. Okay.
I would agree. I think the threshold questions about cost and who are incredibly important. I personally am in favor of a governance structure that can take action as a body itself, much like NVTA, Joint Powers Authority, to be able to really be effective. Yes, there's going to be discussion between the 2030, 2045 goals and discussions, and that will certainly impact the cost, the who, the governance. But the reality is, even if, let's say, we adopt the 2045 standard, which I'm not expressing a preference for that, but even so, that's a 20-year out. And in terms of government, like we needed to start yesterday if we plan to meet some timetables for that. So I don't think that that's going to be necessarily efficient to be coming back to each jurisdiction each time with every decision and expenditure. So I personally would be in favor of, let's go for the JPA model at the outset, and for our committee members to communicate that to the countywide committee. Supervisor Gallagher.
Thank you. Director Morrison, CEO Morrison, sorry. What do we have in our draft budget right now for CAC activity?
The county doesn't break out the climate action plan as a separate budget line item. That's usually covered under the planning and building environmental services budget, and usually paid for out of general plan fees that we collect on each building permit use permit that go towards funding general plan improvements. Obviously, the amount we receive on that from those revenues are a couple $100,000 a year. Obviously, not enough to pay for both the regional climate action plan and general plan update, and that's when it gets supplemented by general fund.
Okay, so we really haven't, at this point, we haven't planned for how much we would potentially spend on a regional climate action plan.
For last year, the county agreed to pay up to about $46,000.
Okay.
Under the formula that is, I do want to mention the CAC is currently covered under Joint Powers Agreement, not a Joint Powers Authority. So we do have a JPA, but it's a lower level JPA than an authority. And under that Joint Powers Agreement, the county has agreed to pay 33% of all costs.
Right. Okay. I agree with Supervisor Pedrosa in terms of, we have taken a resolution that we're in a climate crisis. So have all our cities. I think that it means that the county needs to step up and take leadership. I'm really excited to see that the cities agreed to the $255,000. I think that's great, and I wasn't sure that they would get there, but they are. And I believe that we should actually come in with whatever monies are needed to get this rolling, get a good regional climate action plan, something that we can implement, that is, where the goals are measurable and time bound, and we really are going to move forward and do whatever we have to do as the county, but also do what we can to incentivize and move the community forward too. I think we want to do what we can around incentives to alleviate burden on residents and businesses, but also there's a regulatory piece as well, and we're going to have to, make that work also. So we have an important role to play. I think that it's time for the county to take leadership on this. As everyone said, we've been talking about it forever and forever, and I think the community expects us to act. And I also agree that if we can form JPA that has some teeth to it, where we can actually move things forward. I think that's really, really important. I do think the cities are waiting for the county to lead and would like the county to lead. And I think they've shown that they're committed by adding to their commitment to fund the CAC work. And as far as the CAC meetings, it was pretty clear everyone's priority one was regional climate action plan. So I think if that ends up being the thing that we do that going forward, and we aren't able to do some of the other things, I think people would still be in agreement that this is a very important step for us to take. So I'm in full agreement that we should do it. We should pay whatever we need to pay to get the best plan we can. I don't think we should water it down and have something, vague, something that we cannot, we really isn't implementable, that, has no real authority behind it. I think that we have to do something that is meaningful and that people can rely on and say, these are the actions we're going to be taking. We're all going to be taking them as a community. So it's not like anybody gets an economic advantage because it's voluntary and some people do it and some people don't. I think we're way past that time. So thanks.
Supervisor Cottrell.
Thank you. So I hear a couple of action items. One thing I do want to ask is for our CAC reps to speak to the question of if we should have a joint powers authority. That makes sense to me. I think the challenge, right, is this going back and forth. And so I'm interested in that. But I also think we have enough information and direction from the members of the CAC and the members of this board to start to craft the RFP for the climate action plan. So I would like to see us move forward on developing the RFP because I think we can add in the alternatives that we're talking about too, in terms of, the items that you cover here, the amount of getting the right amount of public input and setting our targets and things like that. Those are all what will come out in the purpose of the plan. To your point, Supervisor Gregory, that's where we end up is the plan is the information that will help guide to that. And then this question of governance is the other one. So to me, that's what I hope. Anyway, the CAC reps can talk to us a little bit about that.
Supervisor Pedrosa.
We've had that discussion at the Climate Action Committee. I think we have to take it in a phased approach. One is, do we have the resources to do it? Answer that question. And if this board is saying that we'll backfill, then that addresses that point. I think the issue of governance is going to be complicated, and it's going to talk about voting rights. We can cross that bridge when we get there, but I think advancing the resources to get it going allows us to move forward. And then we can talk about governance. So that's what I would recommend for the committee.
So just to follow up on that, so it's support an RFP, commit to funding, and we're off. And with that governance piece to follow.
Did you get all that, Mr. CEO?
Absolutely, and I think that a very logical approach. I was thinking of that we need to start an RFP process as soon as possible as well. I think that the RFP with various options will help us define the cost so that everybody knows what the buy-in is and can make a decision based on that. Then once we have the scope of work that we've all agreed to, and the obviously I'll be sharing that draft RFP with the cities and make sure that everybody's on the same page. Once we have the scope and the cost, then we can talk more clearly about governance and everybody knows what will be on the table at that point. Right now, it's still kind of an undefined concept. It makes it hard to discuss, but I think we need to hang some specifics on that idea so that we can have a more informed discussion about the governance piece.
Thank you. At this time, I'll open public comment.
Good morning. David Graves. I sent you all a memo yesterday. It has some oopsies in it. I'll let you figure out where they are, but I certainly didn't mean that we should reduce government activities. It was reduce government emissions, for example. Also, I wanted to mention, in terms of collaboration partners, I did not mean to exclude on purpose ABAG and MTC as partners in our climate action efforts. Finally, certainly the news of the last week has been rich with opportunities to think about climate change. We've had the exit or the crisis in the property insurance markets. We just had a UC Berkeley Institute of Government poll that said that 69% of voters are very concerned about the increasing impact of natural disasters. We certainly have in the private sector things like the Napa Green Initiative that are really starting to gain some traction. Regenerative agriculture, I think, is now just kind of part of the discussion about moving forward for agriculture in Napa. We learned from our Sigma program that the process that there's a lot of buy-in to the notion of we need to really be thoughtful and about climate change and its impact on water supply. We also have the opportunity to think about, also this week, Delta Airlines was sued for a bogus greenwashing process. So in relation to, say, Supervisor Gregory's trip, I think we ought to think about having Napa County offsets for both the public and private sector that can be used for funding things like our climate planning process. So Bayren just turned into the switch is on, the incentives were reduced also this week. That's a really interesting thing to think about, how much are incentives actually advancing our process. So I just want to say before lunch, time is now, time was yesterday, let's get going, and let's not get too hung up on structural issues, and I'd be very interested to see what the RFP process would look like. And I would finally make the observation, we are not alone. Every jurisdiction that I know of is working on this, and there's no need to reinvent the wheel. On the other hand, we do need to have a process responsive to our own needs. Thank you.
Hello, Michelle Benvenuto, Weingars of Napa County. In the Climate Action Committee's last meeting, my recollection was that they did discuss priorities, but conditioned those priorities based on whether or not the grant was successful. And since we know that it wasn't successful, there was never an idea that a regional plan wasn't important. It's always, it's the one thing that everyone seems to be able to agree on, is that a regional plan is important. So not only is it important to the CAC, your board, your discussion today, the ag community, climate change activists, I mean, everyone seems to understand that a regional plan will benefit all of us, and it's an issue that we can all work collaboratively together to achieve. So we appreciate your discussion today and support the steps that the board has discussed. So thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other public comment, I'll close public comment and I'll bring it back to the board. I think we have sufficient direction. This time, if there are no other comments from the board, we'll conclude this matter. Supervisor Cottrell.
CEO Morrison, can you give us a time frame that we might be able to expect to hear back on the RFP?
We could have an RFP drafted by mid to late July, probably. Is that something that the board want the draft to come back to the board?
I think that probably makes sense. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think scope of work would be important to see.
Okay. We'll have that scheduled.
Thank you.
Okay. That concludes that matter. Next, do we have any, under item 14, do we have any legislative items?
Just to say, we did meet yesterday, and there was a piece of legislation called AB 998 that requires a review of the current existing utility scale biomass combustion facilities to see how they might be upgraded, and then to learn just sort of how they work.
general. And we voted to support that with some messages back and custom fit it to Napa. And anything to add, Supervisor Cottrell?
Yeah, I think that's a great summary of it, and just in the custom fit, really being able to build in what Napa's able to do, looking at biochar, and anaerobic digestion as alternatives to combustion. So that'll get built into the letter.
Okay. Any Board of Supervisors committee reports and announcements? Seeing none. Any future agenda items? Supervisor Cottrell.
I had one. Supervisor Gallagher and I had a meeting with folks from Napa who are working on the reusable foodware ordinance in Napa, and I know Calistoga has already passed one, so I'd love for the board to learn a little bit more about those and what other county jurisdictions are doing too.
Okay. Any county executive officer reports and announcements?
Not this morning. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. At this time, we're going to recess back into closed session to finish our morning matter. And what I will say is I'll open public comment on the closed session that were previously announced this morning. Seeing none, I'll close public comment and we will recess into closed session at this time. We will reconvene for any reportable action from our closed session, and then we do have a 1:30 joint meeting with the City of Napa under a separate agenda. Thank you.
Recording in progress.
We are now back from closed session, and we do have reportable action. I will turn it over to our county council to report out.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have 4 items on the closed session calendar. The first item, 18A, anticipated litigation, claims of Min Tran. There is no reportable action. Item 18B, public employee discipline dismissal release pursuant to Government Code 54957. There is reportable action. On July 28th, 2022, the board unanimously voted to separate the former CEO, Min Tran, from employment on a no-cause basis. The board believed at that time that Mr. Tran would be entitled to a severance payment pursuant to his employment contract and the Napa County Code. A condition for severance specified in Mr. Tran's employment contract is that Mr. Tran must have been, quote, willing and able to perform the duties of the Napa County Executive Officer, end quote. Subsequent to the board's action on July 28, 2022, the board confirmed that Mr. Tran was not willing and able to perform the duties of the Napa CEO because he had been offered a job as Riverside County Council on or around June 10th, 2022, and he accepted the job offer on June 14th, 2022. He started his new job with Riverside County on August 30th, 2022. Accordingly, the board determined that Mr. Tran is not eligible for a severance payment in connection with his release from employment. The board directed its outside counsel to notify Mr. Tran of this fact. With regard to item 18C, anticipated litigation 1 matter, there's no reportable action. And with regard to item 18D, conference with real property negotiator, no reportable action. Instructions were given to the county's negotiator. That concludes the report.
Thank you. At this time, we will adjourn to the Board of Supervisors regular meeting Monday, June 12, 2023 at 1:30 p.m. We are adjourned.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Good afternoon. I will now call to order this special joint meeting of the Board of Supervisors and the Napa City Council. Roll call, please.
Supervisor Ramos?
Here.
Supervisor Cottrell?
Here.
Supervisor Gallagher?
Here.
We have Supervisor Gregory?
Here.
Supervisor Pedrosa?
Here.
We have Councilmember Navarez?
Here.
Councilmember Lura?
Here.
Councilmember Alessio?
Present.
Vice Mayor Painter?
Here.
Mayor Sedgley?
Present.
Thank you. I will now ask Mayor Scott Sedgley to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Please stand if you're able and follow me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Who's leaving?
This is truly a unique gathering of our two boards, council, to be able to talk about an item that is of great importance to our entire county, but more specifically with each of our two jurisdictions. And I'm going to hand it over. We have with us our Director of Housing and Homeless Services, Jennifer Palmer, and the Deputy City Manager for the City of Napa, Molly Radigan, who will provide us the staff report.
Good morning, Chair Ramos, Mayor Sedgley, members of the Board of Supervisors, and City Council. We are happy to be here before you. I'm going to start with an introduction of the members of the county team who are here, and then I'll turn it over to Molly for an introduction of the city members, and then we have a pretty comprehensive annual report to provide, which includes point-in-time count data, a review of some system outcomes from the last year, as well as a review of where we are with the strategic plan. So to start, Jennifer Palmer, Director of Housing and Homeless Services, and I am joined by three members of our Homeless Services team. The first is Emma Moyer. She is our manager over all of Homeless Services, which includes all of the team that work on shelter, coordinated entry, and the COC. And very specifically, she is the point person for our CalAIM initiative. So Emma has been the architect and overseer of the first year of our CalAIM program. Next is Brandy Freitas. Brandy has been with the county for the longest of everybody on our team. She's served in a number of roles in homeless services, and right now she oversees our shelter operations as well as coordinated entry. So Brandy works with all of our community partners and is an integral part of the housing system. And finally, Karina Gallegos Ruiz. She is our analyst in homeless services, and she is our primary contact for the continuum of care. So she oversees both the homeless management information system and the coordination of the continuum of care. And with that, I will turn it over to the City of Napa.
Great. Thank you, Jennifer. Molly Radigan, Deputy City Manager, City of Napa. It's been a long time since I've had the opportunity to sit at this table, so it's great to be back. I am pretty much the sole administrative staff person related to homelessness in the City of Napa, but I am joined by some members of our team. I'm going to turn around to take a look at who's here. Our City Attorney, Michael Barrett, is here. Our City Manager, Steve Potter, sends his regrets, but our Assistant City Manager, Liz Habkirk, is here. We have our clerk of the board, our city clerk, Tiffany Carranza, is here. We also have our planning director, Vin Smith, who is here. Vin also oversees parking and code enforcement related issues for the City of Napa. Is that it? Okay. And that is everyone from the City of Napa. I'm expecting someone from the Napa Police Department as well, so they should be here momentarily. Can we get the PowerPoint up? Thank you. Sure. So the purpose of today's report is we are going to go through our 2023 point-in-time count. As you both of your bodies know, point-in-time count is the annualized count that we do as part of the HUD process, Housing and Urban Development requirement to report on our homeless services system. The point-in-time count you have to do at least once every 2 years. Our community has done it every year. Some communities only do every other year, some do both, but it's really in those odd years that the bulk of the communities are doing theirs. And our numbers are calculated and tabulated on a statewide basis, and it oftentimes creates the percentage of funding that we're going to receive from different state sources, but it is also used on the federal level and looked at as part of California, but also part of the rest of the United States, and again, how funding is oftentimes distributed. So this first slide here, the left shows you in 2016 what our system looked like. There was really no coordination between the city and the county and the service partners, and there were all sorts of entries and exits from the system back to the street, and like I said, no real coordination on how someone was served by our system if they were experiencing homelessness. It was in 2016 when the city and the county first began collaborating with each other, and also with many of our community-based organization partners, several who are in the audience today. So if you look to the right, you will see, also in 2016 is when we officially went Housing First. Housing First is actually now required by both federal and state regulation, but Housing First is essentially the theory that a person is unable to start addressing their other issues or extended issues, substance abuse, mental health, employment, et cetera, until they have the security of safe and stable housing. So anyone who walks into our system now, our goal is ultimately to get them housed. First and foremost, we don't have requirements for sobriety. We don't have requirements for any sort of program participation, et cetera. Our goal is come into our system, whether you're on the street, in the shelter, et cetera, we want to get you housed. And as I said, that is now a federal and state regulation in order for us to receive funds from either entity. So if you look to the right, this is the system that we've built since 2016, and it's what's known as a coordinated housing first system. And you'll see that one of the key things here is that there's no wrong front door. People might come in from street outreach, people might come in from nonprofit partners, they might just walk into the day center located on Hartle Court at our shelter. They might end up in our system through the jails, the hospitals, et cetera. And so no matter what door you come in, you're always filtered into the coordinated entry system. And that includes a standardized assessment known as the VI SPDAT, and that leads to a prioritization score. I believe the score is 1 to 16. I've never seen a 16. The highest I've seen in our community is 15, and I believe in our recent review of our coordinated entry system, 12 is sort of the median score here in the community. And we'll talk about what those scores mean in a little bit, but your score determines what your what intervention you need, and also how we're going to prioritize, because we can't just decide we're going to help the threes because the threes are easier to help. We always start at the top of the list. And so you'll see that if a person can be diverted to safe and appropriate housing, we always want to divert them immediately and try not to have them come into our shelter and other services system. So if there's a yes, diversion is hopefully the best option. The answer is no. They might enter to the emergency shelter. They might stay for a short period of time. They may stay for a longer period of time. And then you start to look at whether or not they're chronically homeless, also a very specific definition, which is basically 12 months or more, or 3 or more times in the last 4 years. Yeah, last 4 years in some sort of disabling condition. And then depending on where you are given your emergency shelter, permanent supportive housing, rapid rehousing track. So that is how our system works currently. Next slide. This is just another way to show the coordinated entry system, which Brandy manages for us on a day-to-day basis. We really, as I said, strive to have an equitable system that's based on the highest need. Our mobile engagement, part of our system is really the shelters, our street outreach teams, our emergency departments, our medical provider community, and our first responders. And they really meet people where they're at. So you'll see the tent, the car, the house. Their job is to go to where people are and meet them where they are. And there are services there that are offered. We now have CalAIM case management services. We have diversion. We have SOAR, which is connecting to Social Security and other benefits, and the start of care coordination. When you move, what you often hear too in that engagement period is we're working on getting a person what is known as document ready. And that's usually not everyone has their birth certificate or has a bank account established or has their letter from Social Security if they're receiving Social Security. So it's gathering those documents that are necessary to establish tenancy in some sort of apartment or housing unit. So then everyone goes into the coordinated entry system, and that is the list in which we prioritize when we have certain beds and spaces available, who goes where. And then as you'll see with the purple circle, that our ultimate goal is to get individuals housed and to keep individuals housed. And so tenancy care is truly our wraparound services with the goal of keeping people in housing once they're in housing. We'll talk a little bit more in a bit about prevention and diversion, but just flipping to the next slide. As you know, the city and county have a cooperative agreement that was initially established in about 2017. We redid it last year. And these are the roles that come through the cooperative agreement. So the city of Napa mainly focuses on intervention, prevention, and diversion and outreach services, whereas the county is really responsible for the sheltering, the housing placement services, and the tenancy sustaining services. Obviously, we overlap in all of these. I think Jennifer and I talk at least 2 times a day on some sort of issue, but just in general, these are the financial responsibilities and the program responsibilities for each of our organizations.
Yeah, so I'll take the next slide and just say on this last one, as to reiterate from what Molly said, that the intervention and resolution workflows identify who is like the primary entity from a contracting standpoint, so who is contracting for outreach or who is contracting for shelter services, but it is completely collaborative. If we have an issue on any one of the entities, we're in immediate and continuous communication with each other. Okay, so we can now go to the next slide, which is the introduction of our point in time count data. So our count this year showed 506 individuals, which is a slight increase over last year. It's a 2% increase. Last year's count was 494. Some of the changes we want to point out are the number of individuals experiencing unsheltered homelessness went down. The number of individuals who were in shelter went up. We also saw an increase in first-time experiences of homelessness, increases in the number of families experiencing homelessness. And I want to talk a little bit about some of those conditions that what we believe are driving those changes. So overall, the fact that our number held so steady when so many of our comparison counties, and when I say comparison counties, one of the challenges of the point-in-time count is it is HUD mandated that you have to conduct a count on a single night in January. There is not a mandated methodology, so it is inconsistent one county to the next, one city to the next, how the counts are conducted. Up until 2019, the county of Napa conducted what is considered like a selective count. So you go to the places where you know people are and do a really intense count in those areas. We moved, starting in 2020, to a complete count. So we map every single census tract in the county. We assign volunteer teams, and they drive every road on there. And so there really, truly is not a corner of the county that isn't included in our point-in-time count. For some of the really big jurisdictions, that kind of count would be almost impossible logistically. So not everybody does that. So the comparison cities and counties that I have on here are ones who, one, have released their numbers so far this year, so not everybody has, but also who we know conduct a complete count. So we're trying to compare like with like. The one that is on here in sort of a asterisk and italics, Santa Clara, does not do a complete count. They do a selective count. However, I'll say more about the family data, and the reason I included them is because even though they do a selective count, their family data went up at the same pace or more so than ours did. So the first time homeless number, that is a large increase in the number of individuals experiencing a first experience of homelessness. We think there are a couple things underpinning that, I guess. One is we know there have been significant upticks in rent, and anytime rent goes up, there is a correlated increase in experiences of homelessness. There was also the expiration of the eviction moratorium, which is why I included the unlawful detainer eviction number. That number is not the total number of evictions that happened across the county. that is the number that had to be enforced by the Sheriff's Department. So we don't have really good, reliable data on the total number of evictions, but it's a proxy measure for increase and decrease. What I will say is, having had a 2-year moratorium on evictions, we expected a larger number of unlawful detainer evictions. It basically moved back up to what it always has historically been. So in that sense, I think it is evident that the Housing is Key statewide program really did keep a whole lot of people housed when it needed to. But nonetheless, it did jump from, when you look at our 2022 data to our 2023 data, that's an increase of 140 plus individuals who faced eviction from the prior year. And so an increase of only 60 individuals experiencing first-time homelessness is actually, that's a sign that the prevention and diversion resources were available when they needed to be. The family number is kind of a different story. The HUD changed the methodology for how we could collect data on families experiencing homelessness. In the past, it's just been who's in the shelter or who did we see in the observational count. As of this year, we were allowed to use the by name list of families who are kind of self-identified experiencing homelessness and call them to find out where did they sleep on the night of the count. And so we saw a corresponding increase in the number of individuals who were still experiencing homelessness who were not obvious on an observational count. What we've seen across other communities, and why Santa Clara is on here, is that that number has gone up in almost all communities. So what I would say is important to take away from that number is not necessarily that there is a significant jump in the number of families experiencing it. It's that we got much closer to the actual number of individuals experiencing homelessness. So I think had we been able to call in years past, the 28 was probably closer to 50 at any one of those times as well.
And just to clarify, families in this case mean a household with a head of household and children under the age of 18.
Yes.
It does not include, like, if there were a married couple or a partnered couple who are both adults. That is not considered a family. A family has someone under the age of 18 living with them.
Yeah. And there's a whole lot of other data that goes into what we survey folks to some additional demographic data and where did you grow up, where were you living prior to your first experience of homelessness. I don't want to get into all of that data right now, but I think one of the other data points that we know is important to the community that is often a misperception is that we have a high number of people coming here because our services are so great. We simultaneously both think, like, what a nice compliment that everybody's coming in. That is never borne out in our data. We do ask, where did you live prior to your experience of homelessness and how long did you live here? What our data says is more than 60% of the people who were counted on the night of the point in time count have lived here for more than 10 years before their experience of homelessness. Another 10% have lived here between 5 and 9 years, and another 16% were more than a year. So what that says is 84% of the individuals who experienced homelessness were here and housed prior to their experience of homelessness. So we're not seeing people who are experiencing homelessness somewhere else migrating over. That's just not borne out in our data. Yes, so 58% have lived here for 10 years or more. Another 10% lived here for between 5 and 9 years. And another 16% were here for between 1 to 5 years. We can go to the next slide. And so now I want to talk about some of the outcomes from the housing system. So our coordinated entry system, as Molly said, is the comprehensive list of everybody who's in the system working with housing navigators and seeking housing assistance. That number, it's a large number of people over the course of a year. At any one time, we look at how many people are on that list. Right now, as of June 1, it's 303 individuals. At this time last year, it was 309. So that gives you a sense it's fairly steady, slightly declining. It's not going in the wrong direction in any case. Of that 303, the scores really determine how acute the individual's need is. And so when Molly talked about prioritization, we serve the most vulnerable, the highest acuity folks first. And at the same time, we are trying to strike a balance between housing placement and acuity. So you don't want to take somebody scoring a really high score and house them with really short-term resources in maybe a, somebody's ADU. That's just not going to be a successful housing placement. So it's where we're looking to balance the number of units we have set aside for the coordinated entry system, how many units of permanent supportive housing we have, and how many units of rapid rehousing we have available. So our coordinated entry list right now has 207 individuals who are scoring high enough to qualify for permanent supportive housing. That is an increase from 181 last year. It's a significant uptick in the acuity. 90 at the rapid rehousing, that's fairly steady with what it was last year, and same with the 6 at the lowest acuity level. As far as outcomes, we assisted 419 individuals through the shelter, so that's unique individuals who came through the shelter system over the course of the year. We housed 217 individuals who came through the system and are now returned to permanent housing. 45 of them are in permanent supportive housing units, and 172 were placed with rapid rehousing. The difference between those, permanent supportive housing is a permanent subsidy, so just like it says, it's a unit that comes with service, and that is continuous rental assistance. Rapid rehousing is time limited. It's between 18 to 24 months, and it's kind of a step down. It's more assistance at the beginning while a family gets stabilized or an individual gets stabilized. And then by the end of that term, it's maybe paying 25% of the rent. So the idea is that the individual can take over their lease by the time that assistance is running out. And then for prevention, we helped 139 households and 417 individuals. This is probably our biggest success measure. While the housing number is huge, 217 is a tremendous number of people to house, and a real credit goes to the many housing service providers in the community, because this is such a tight housing market. So that is a reflection of not only really great landlord outreach, but also really hard work by the housing navigation staff to get folks document ready. But the prevention number, that is almost double what we did last year. So last year it was 73 households, 166 individuals. This year it's 139 households and 417 individuals. So lots of families were assisted with prevention. That is primarily Season of Sharing, which is a program run through the Chronicle, San Francisco Chronicle. We receive about $900,000 a year in funding that we can deploy to help keep folks where they are. So paying 1 or 2 months rent, or a car payment, or because any sort of one-time destabilizing event, and we can pay up to $5,000. Next slide. And that's you. Oh, still me. Yep. So now we want to go into a review of the strategic plan to address homelessness. So this came to both bodies last year. This was sort of our first almost joint annual report. Last year at this time, we collaboratively developed a presentation and content, but delivered our presentations individually on the same day last year. Molly attended here, I attended her meeting, and this year we just thought this made a whole lot more sense. The strategic plan to address homelessness is a plan that was mandated by the Homeless Housing Assistance Program, the HAP program. For round 3 funding, in order to qualify, communities had to update their strategic plans. We used a portion of our HAP allocation and spent about 6 months doing some really intensive community outreach. There were, 350 surveys, 4 focus groups, and 9 key informant interviews with individuals with lived experience, with service providers, and with staff. And out of that, and that was overseen by a steering committee of maybe as many as 30 different community partners participating in the coordinated entry in the continuum of care. So that is to say, this was a really robust community engagement effort countywide. And from that came these 5 strategic goals. And so this is what our continuum of care has adopted to say, these are the primary things that they want all of the funding in the community to be able to answer for. So whenever we're going to submit applications on behalf of the COC, we need to be articulating how we're meeting any one of these or all of these 5 strategic goals. The first and top priority is to expand access to permanent housing, then expanding access to and the quality of services, ensuring that diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging are core program considerations, preventing households from becoming homelessness for the first time, becoming homeless for the first time, and then building on cross-sector partnerships and collaboration. And so now we're going to go into each one of these individually and just talk a little bit more about what's been happening for the last year. Oh, geez, it's still me. Okay. I'm going to hand it over in a second. So strategic plan, goal number 1, expanding access to permanent housing. So this has been obviously a focus community-wide, and it is certainly a joint focus of the city and the county. We've got a lot to be proud of. The Valley Lodge complex is bringing 54 units of permanent supportive housing this year. The first half of that complex is fully moved in. The expansion of that permanent supportive housing is both a capital investment, but it's also an operations investment. So there's the money, the loans that go in to make a project like that happen, but there's also the vouchers that come through the Housing Authority. There is CalAIM support services that are brought to the individuals there. There are PSH vouchers, and there are transition age youth resources that are in that project. So that is to say, like, that knits together. A project like that requires knitting together not just the capital to purchase it to make it happen, but all the ongoing funding that is really necessary to help the folks who are living there. We have also expanded a landlord incentive and risk mitigation program. So I know we've talked a lot about this at both of our meetings, but the risk mitigation program is something that we've piloted through both the Housing Authority and our whole person care pilot that we have now made permanent, that will provide landlords a guarantee, like basically a backstop on renting to a client they might perceive to be higher risk, by saying we will pay additional damages and missed rent if the damages or the rental arrears exceed what the security deposit is. So it's a great way of getting a client in the door. What we've found is there have been way fewer claims than the perception was going to be. So it's a good program. It's a good use of a small amount of money to open up units. One thing we are looking at expanding in the coming year is some sort of incentive that would place, similar to what we're doing with our AADU program, that could place a deed restriction on scattered site units to make them available to the coordinated entry system over time. So some upfront cash to a landlord to simply say, allow us to always be the ones to place the tenant in there. So it's not asking them to take rent at anything less than fair market. It's just saying if and when that unit comes available, that we get to put another coordinated entry tenant in there. So we're starting to work through some of the logistics for that. We have begun to include coordinated entry set-aside units in all of the affordable housing projects. This is something that's been going on for the last several years. What that does is increase the number of units available to the system for throughput. So we have more rental assistance funds than we have units available, so we're constantly trying to creatively develop more units. So even if it's not a permanent supportive housing project, it doesn't mean we can't negotiate set-aside units for individuals coming through the coordinated entry system. So that's just kind of become a bedrock of how we've been doing those negotiations, and that has increased the number of units available to the system. Our PSH funding, we have aggressively pursued expansions to our permanent supportive housing through the HUD competitive process, and over the last 3 years have more than doubled the amount of permanent supportive housing we have. So what that does is allow us to to open up more units, but also to be able to permanently guarantee resources to keep people in their housing. And then ESG rapid rehousing, that is the shorter duration funding source. That's 18 to 24 months worth of funding. And that funding has gone from $54,000 last year to $243,000 this coming year. So that's one of the reasons we're looking at how can we lock in some additional coordinated entry units, because we have enough resources. We have a significant expansion in resources to be able to assist people once we find a unit. The problem is the units.
Great.
And now I will turn it over to Molly.
Thank you. Our second measure is preventing households from becoming homeless for the first time. And I think, as you saw with our PIT data, it's a place where we've struggled a little bit in the last year. But also, a lot of dollars that come our way are really directed towards the development of housing. So we're constantly looking for ways to utilize grant funding or utilize resources we have internally for how we can stop that from occurring. One of the ways we've done that is the City of Napa is the recipient of the HAP program that Jennifer mentioned, Housing Homeless Assistance Program. And we have taken 2 years of that funding. It's really HAP 3 and HAP 4. There will soon be a HAP 5 we will talk about in a minute. But we have taken a portion of that funding and we've dedicated it to housing staff at the City of Napa who will assist with some of those prevention and diversion applications, particularly to seasons of sharing. But we've also put some dollars behind that for any time that we can do some sort of diversion or short-term fix to keep a person housed for the long term, quick fix to keep the person housed for the long term. So my team is in the process of hiring some housing specialists that will work on this program, and we hope to have that launched July-ish, August at the latest. So that will be the first time that we have that resource in our community. Another thing we do, it's called an MDT, a multidisciplinary team. Pretty much any one of our service providers can reach out at any point and coordinate through a process, a team meeting, so that we can wrap around a person who might, we do it for individuals who are in our system who may be experiencing particular challenges, but we've also started doing it for anyone who is at risk or we know is at risk of being evicted. So we can figure out who's serving that client, what they might be doing for that client, or how we can connect a person with the service when we know about them so that we're able to prevent them from becoming homeless, or if it's too far down the path, how we can get them into services quickly with the hope of getting them out of services quickly as well. Our continuum of care, we are constantly working on adding our partners to that board and to that participation because we have so many different service providers in this community and they all bring something valuable to the table, and we want to make sure that their perspective and their services are represented with our clients. One of the things we're working on is a fair/information session with all of our service providers for anyone experiencing homelessness so they can see in one place all of the services that might be available to them and how we can get connected with those services. So the county has put out an RFP for the organization of that. As Jennifer mentioned, we use our Seasons of Sharing program for early intervention, and these are when people are households are experiencing difficulty paying rent, utilities, etc., how we can try to keep them housed and then stabilize them into the future. And then, of course, both of our agencies, the city as both the city and the housing authority, and then the county contract with Fair Housing Napa Valley for anti-displacement services to ensure that our clients are not being unfairly displaced and that they're given whatever due process they need and are allowed.
So our third goal is expanding access to and quality of services. One of the primary things that we've been focused on over the last year is the implementation of CalAIM community supports. That is a huge new Medi-Cal waiver program. I will say it was to follow whole person care. It was built on a lot of the successes that were learned through the whole person care program. It has been rolled out by Partnership Health Plan in coordination with DHCS, which are two entities that have loose understanding of how things actually work on the street. So it has been a really dynamic and challenging thing to roll out, and yet at the same time, it is bringing more than $1 million in funding for housing navigation and tenancy sustaining services. So it's been critical to us that we figure it out, and it's been a lot of work for Emma and her team to figure out how to make that happen and build a program that is not only effective but also compliant as a brand new federal program. We do a tremendous amount on the community provider coordination side. There is a monthly community partners meeting, which includes law enforcement, City of Napa, Parks and Rec, Library, NVTA, Abode, Health and Human Services, and staff from both city and county to get together to talk about, I mean, it's a really tactical meeting. It's talking about specific issues in specific locations or really specific issues that a individual provider with like NVTA regularly is dealing with some challenging issues. And so it's bringing together not only everybody to sort of workshop the problem, but also to create better connections to what are the services or community supports that are in there that can help each of those providers. So recently, one of the things that happened is we were connecting NVTA to Share the Care to get access to some better wheelchair options for some of their riders who needed better access. So things like that that is just, it's the kind of thing that comes together after folks have been working together for a long time. And so we've hosted that meeting for well over a year now, and finding that meeting is increasingly effective in the relationship building so that problems don't become a huge deal. We're catching them fairly early, but also information and experience is shared. As Molly mentioned, MDTs for high needs clients are a huge part of how we operate these days.
And then Brandy's team runs the biweekly housing meetings for referrals and paperwork needs, and that is literally a by name list of who's on coordinated entry, how many units are available, what's the status of people's housing paperwork, who needs what from whom. And so there again, it's a super tactical meeting that is about keeping flow going through the system.
Our fourth tenet is strategic, and the strategic plan is to build upon cross-system partnerships and collaboration. We've talked a bit about all of these things so far, but just reiterating that CalAIM has added a layer and a service of a layer of case management service to our community, and so we regularly have meetings with all of our providers and CalAIM to make sure that we are coordinating services and responses. As Jennifer mentioned, we have our monthly homeless response partners meeting, which has been a tremendous asset. And I think we all get something of value out of that. And then just one thing, just being from the city, I can share is, we've really worked on improving our collaboration with mental health and substance abuse services. And one of the most promising things that I've seen is the shifting to a behavioral health director here in the county. And so that substance abuse services and mental health are under the same agency head, and that collaboration. There's some work to do, but it's still being worked out, but going well in terms of that collaboration and how clients transition between substance abuse services and mental health services. We are very thankful for the MRT, which assists us with calls for service when there's a mental health component to it, and then of course we work with both the CalFresh and Medi-Cal supports teams here to aid clients where we can.
All right, and last of the 5 strategic plan goals is to ensure that diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging are core considerations. And to that end, we have several things underway right now. The first will be a series of DEIB training workshops to be held in the fall. These will be for everybody on the continuum of care, all of our partners. There is an HMIS data quality review underway to really take a deep dive at the ins and outs of the demographics of who is accessing services and what the outcomes look like across age, ethnicity, race, gender, to get a better sense of where are we falling short or not measuring up as we need to. And then we've just completed a very intensive coordinated entry evaluation project, which was taking a look at coordinated entry system, which was implemented in 2016 or initiated in 2016, and look at, now that we're sort of up and running and we're getting good housing outcomes, where could the system still be improved? What are the strengths of it, and where can we get better? Some of the things to come out of that evaluation are what seem like really simple things, like increasing awareness in the community that the coordinated entry system exists. That's such a reading the evaluation report, there's the sense like, man, that's a reminder of how like inside the baseball arena we are, because that's not hard to do. And yet each of these recommendations take some staff time and take the time to be able to sort of pick your head up and look at these things. So the report is really valuable, and we need to be able to calibrate how we internalize some of these things. But increasing awareness in the community, updating online information. The minute we post anything on a website, it's immediately outdated, and we always have a problem with keeping up with that, particularly when we're not the entity that is responsible for the data itself. We're trying to coordinate a lot of community data, so there just isn't a good quarterback for that. And then increasing to prevention and diversion needs was another one that a lot of the partners in the coordinated entry system said many of the folks that they see could use prevention and diversion rather than falling all the way into the shelter system, which is certainly not something that comes as a surprise to anybody. With that, I'll turn it over to
And our final slide. We still have a tremendous amount of work to do, but we've also done some really great things together as partners. So we'll walk through those and walk through what's on our what's on the horizon. I'm going to actually start with the bottom part of this, the set-aside CES placement units. Valley Lodge, as Jennifer mentioned, has had a phase 2 of move-ins. The first 27 individuals moved in April of this year, and beginning August 2nd, the next set of folks will be moving in to fully occupy that property. We know who those individuals, almost all will be. We're getting close on it, but we are expecting that there will be 57 people housed at that site and 54 units. Heritage House, you may recall that project started long before Valley Lodge under the No Place Like Home program and from the Governor Brown administration. The first piece of it, which is the rehab of the Sunrise Assisted Living Facility, is set to open in November 2023, pending some issues we're working through with PG&E on how individual meters and metering is installed, but we are working through those with Burbank and the city and the county. That will bring, the total units in that building are 66 units, but 40 of them are specifically dedicated to individuals from the coordinated entry system and exiting homelessness. The second piece of Heritage House is what's known as Valley Verde. It's 24 new built units, of which 4 are dedicated to the coordinated entry system, and those are expected sometime in January 2024. As Jennifer mentioned, set-asides are very important to us. Napa Cove should be opening this summer in American Canyon. There are 2 units there for set-aside exiting homelessness. And then we're also beginning to work on Sandpiper Place, Napa Pipe, which we expect to have, which is the first phase of the Napa Pipe affordable development. We expect to have 8 to 10 set-aside units there. A few things that wouldn't fit on the slide. We have in the city of Napa, we have the Jamboree housing project on 515 Silverado, which is moving forward and getting ready to submit applications for state funding. That will actually be one of our first by right supportive housing projects here in the city of Napa. It is anticipated to be 41 units, 41 one-bedroom units of permanent supportive housing. And like I said, is working through submitting their applications and seeking funding. Then if we go back to, well, I should say this. We have more coming up in the next 6 weeks, in the next 6 months, than we have in the last 6 years in terms of housing. So that's one of our pride points. And going up to the grants and allocations and competitions, we are expecting, 2 years ago we got HAP 3, last year we got HAP 4, or this current fiscal year. Next fiscal year we're expecting HAP 5. And we bring this up only because both the city and county statewide organizations, CSAC and the League, Cal Cities, are really pushing the state to move away from these annualized HAP allocations and go with something more stable. From the state, we do not have anything that is stable year to year, and every single year we go through the business discussion of, are we going to get our HAP dollars? How are they going to be divided out? Is it by population? Is it by per capita? Is it by pit count? The big 10 cities always want a significant chunk of the money. The counties always want a chunk of the money. COCs get a chunk of the money. And so, we spend a lot of time each year trying to figure out what we're going to get and how we're going to spend it. But we also spend a lot of time worrying about what happens if we don't get the same amount that we got the year before and how we're going to fund. For example, our prevention and diversion program is partially funded by HAP funding. So we're good for another couple of years, but we're constantly trying to make sure that we can salvage those programs in years to come. So it's a bit stressful. And we would really benefit from stability of those funds and stability of what dollars we would be getting from those funds. You may recall a few months ago some conversation about the Encampment Resolution Grant Program, which the city has submitted an application for, that would involve leasing the Motel 6 up on Redwood and Solano for a period of 3 years. They were supposed to tell us at the end of April, by April 30th, if we were awarded. Then they said, we'll tell you by the end of May, and May has come and gone. I joke that I'll probably get the email at 3:30 today after this presentation, but we've not yet heard, now that we're in June, when we expect to hear from that. But that would give us some opportunity for additional short-term sheltering beds with services to extend, to resolve and close encampments, to allow people to move non-congregate indoors. The state won't fund congregate shelters anymore, and the federal government doesn't really fund shelters to begin with, so it would give us more opportunity to bring people indoors and work on their permanent housing. Home Key, what was supposed to be the 3rd and final round, there's now talk of a round 4 of Home Key, but the current process is open with applications due at the end of July. We are in the very early stages at the City of Napa and in discussions with a company called Danco about a possible project. More to come on that. You'll hear more about that before the end of July, but we're not in a place yet where we're ready to publicly share what that might look like and how we might go about that. And then COC competitions, that's yours. Do you want to say anything?
Yeah, so COC competitions is just that we will continue to aggressively pursue. We've seen a lot of success with the PSH expansion, and we will continue to pursue that. Our success there is because we're seeing success in our outcomes, so we're increasingly competitive for those grants, and so we will continue to pursue that. And I think the only other thing I just want to add as we close for this is we started out with the where were we in 2016 and where are we now 2023. The city and the county came together and made some really big strategic investments, not just in staff, but also in how resources would be allocated. And change takes time, but part of the fun of getting to put this presentation together is we feel like change is really visible right now, that so many of the units that came as a result of that kind of strategic change 7 years ago are coming to market, and our outcomes are showing what that looks like. So I know it's never fast enough. I know that people would want everything to be able to be resolved next year. We certainly can't commit to doing that. But we do feel like the continuous investments and the really strategic thinking and the freedom to be a little bit creative that both of us feel like we have permission to do with the way that we're designing programs really is producing tangible results. And we think the data right now proves that those investments do work. They just take a little bit longer than all of us would like.
And with that concludes our presentation. We'll turn it back over to the chair and the mayor.
Mayor, I'll let you start.
Well, thank you so much. Just applause for both Molly and Jennifer and all your staff and everybody that's working towards this, really what has been a societal failure over the last couple of decades to house people. It's just phenomenal, and the change is visible. We see it. We're all community members. We see what's going on, and it is slow, but thank you so much. The point-in-time count. Now, did we ever look at municipalities like in American Canyon to Calistoga? I think just from a simple observation, the majority are the city of Napa and its surrounding areas. And I like the numbers because that perception that the homeless come in from other counties, and that's just not so. It doesn't turn out. But I would think in South County you could possibly get some Solano coming on over because it's pretty close. And so do we look at that at all?
So we are increasingly looking at that right now. As of the last 2 years, we are using GIS as technology so that we're mapping where we don't share what the map looks like because that is an invitation to folks to go out and potentially harass. But we look at that data and we do look to see where there are changes. We also know that a point-in-time count in January at the slowest time for our low-wage labor force that is here in high numbers in the summer season is not the best time to get a completely comprehensive look at what the experience of homelessness in Napa throughout the year might look like. So we're considering doing a second count during the high harvest season so that we can get a better sense of what does it look like up valley during the high labor season as opposed to what it looks like in January. So yes, over time. We don't have a lot of great data because we only have 2 years of that technical. It was far more of a hand count before that, and we just don't have good location data.
Thanks. I'll finish up with, the permanent supportive funding is up. Thankfully, that's increased significantly, as has the rapid rehousing money's up too. I know there's potential bonds that are coming forward, both regional and state bonds. So that's good news too.
Yeah.
Is it a simple matter of buying our way out of this problem? Is that what it takes, or I believe this takes more?
Absolutely. Yeah. And, Jennifer and I and my housing manager, Stephanie Gall, had the opportunity to attend the first convening of staff on one of the measures, one of the potential ballot measures you're talking about, the Bay Area Housing Finance Authority, which, if they put it on the ballot, would be a Bay Area region-wide measure through ABAG and MTC. I'm sure two of the supervisors could talk a little bit more about it as well, but it would bring in, it's estimated to bring in $75 million directly for the city of Napa and an additional $100 to $120 million for the county of Napa to be shared amongst the jurisdictions. The city of Napa would get a set aside simply because we have more than 30% of the county's low and very low income, extremely low income RENA number. So the city would then be entitled to a set aside. So that is a tremendous amount of money, and we are working with other jurisdictions throughout the Bay Area on what those expenditure plans look like, where those dollars go, preservation, rental assistance, keeping evictions from happening, and then development. I think the simple answer to a very complicated question that you just asked is there is some degree to which we can buy our way out of this. Developing more units will result in ability to place people permanently and bring in those services and supportive services housed before them. But there are individuals who are experiencing homelessness who are maybe consumed by a mental illness or an addiction or some other factor, where there's going to need to be other interventions along the way. And I think that that's where you see the care courts and other programs like that coming in, because it is beyond just providing housing. So I don't think that locally we're really interested, unless it's what we're looking at for the Encampment Resolution Fund of building more shelters, temporary space. We're really looking at investing our dollars in permanent space, because the more units we have, the more flexibility we have to place people permanently and hopefully keep them from re-entering the system.
Thank you. I'll turn it back to the Chair, Ramos, and just go turn for turn, I guess.
Certainly. And to elaborate on Deputy City Manager, when we look at the total BAFA housing funding measure, we're looking at a $20 billion measure across the 9 Bay Area counties and 101 cities, which over the next year and a half will take up a tremendous amount of time of Supervisor Pedrosa's time and my time, but time that is well worth the investment. There will be those dollars that you noted are a result of the negotiated 80% return to source from what is raised, and with the goal of making sure that the 3 Ps of prevention, production, and preservation are accomplished. And certainly I think what we saw today in the strategic outlines, the prevention for us is incredibly important. And so instead of solely relying on season of sharing for that one safety net allocation of funds, the prevention dollars that would come through the BAFA measure would be available to us at a much greater rate. Supervisor Pedrosa.
Thank you, Chair Ramos. And again, thank you both for your presentation. And look, what we're doing is working, and the results are there. It just takes time. But I have kind of 3 questions. To Mayor's point, it is a function of money. It is a function of having resources. But the question I have for both of you, is there any policy changes that we should be thinking about from a ledge platform, where things that the state might be doing that don't give us the flexibility to actually help people? Because our problem is small enough where we could actually make a meaningful difference compared to when we all go to San Francisco. And I'm not picking on San Francisco, but it's a different scale. Yeah. So is there any regulations that we should be looking at to pilot, to ask to change, that inhibit our ability to reach people? And that's a loaded question, but.
It's a great question. We've been asked from the state, like, what are non-monetary interventions that they can support? And our answer on that is often like certification and training programs for the staff who are providing the services, to really professionalize what the folks who are providing housing navigation and tenancy sustaining services are. They're pretty low wage, low threshold positions, and yet they perform some of the most critical social safety net services in the community. So allowing them to be more professionalized and command a higher wage, I think, is a really important part of making sure that the quality of care and service delivery is there. I think from a policy standpoint, one of the trickiest issues and one of the areas where we get a lot of requests, we are a housing first system, so we can't provide resources for sober living environments because that is a condition of access to housing. So
who puts that condition on?
That's the sober living environment. So you have to be sober in order to stay at one of those environments. So that's a condition for your housing.
The federal and state government regulations say that to be truly housing first, you can have no restrictions. So we get stuck in this cycle of somebody wants sober living, but we can't pay for a program or housing unit where that's a requirement.
And I'm sure all of us have known more than one person who's trying to get sober at some time, and you're not going to maintain your sobriety very effectively inside a shelter, and you're certainly not going to do it very effectively inside a tent. So we would love to have, I understand I couldn't more wholeheartedly support the idea that in order for somebody to truly deal with the issues that they have, they need to be in a safe and stable place. A shelter is not a place to deal with your mental health issues. It's not a place to deal with sobriety. At the same time, I also understand that I don't want to put somebody in a housing situation where they're not going to succeed because they don't yet have enough resources to maintain sobriety regardless of where they go. So it's not as easy as just advocating for a single set of policy, but we would really like more resources to be able to assist people who want to work on their sobriety to get access to be able to do that.
And I appreciate that, and I appreciate your answer too, Molly's. It would be great to kind of have a white paper on what are those things that you would want to change that require either state or federal intervention, right? Because people want to solve this problem. So I don't want us to be shackled by the expectations or conditions of yesterday. Let's think big. And the answer can be no. Great. We move on. But I think really challenging ourselves to look at those policy changes. The issue I also hear often about, when there's camps and we have to post for 2 weeks, I don't think that encourages people, right? I think there's different ways to go about that, but that's a requirement and a condition. So I would put that on the table, right? So that's what I'm interested in. I want to be mindful of time, so you don't have to answer that, but I would really ask that both of you kind of think about a white paper approach. On the families, Jennifer, run that by me again, because that's very concerning. 50 families in Napa County.
Yes. So 50 families which is a jump over what was a number hovering in the 20s, mid to high 20s prior to that. The difference is that this year we were able to call everybody who's on the by name family list to ask them where they slept the night of the point in time count.
By name, remind me, sorry.
By name, so the coordinated entry list for families awaiting housing services. We have a shelter that will support up to 7 families at a time, but there are more families seeking assistance who are experiencing homelessness than just those 7. So we've historically not had the ability to call those families to ask. We could only count who was in the shelter, and then if we literally saw a family out sleeping in an observational count.
So if we knew the Smith family was marginally housed or going in and out of homelessness and staying with family, we could call the Smith family and find out where they were that night.
Are we coordinating with the school districts to identify that?
Yes, actually, and Brandy is probably smiling behind me right now because
She
is the other. As soon as you asked that is the other. When I looked at the family data, she was my first phone. Like, what happened here? What? And her 2 explanations. Now that you're asking, were that we could call and that we have really dramatically increased the partnership with NCOE, so they could make the same phone calls to the families on their list, and it was deduplicated between our 2 lists. So it is a sign of all of those collaborations and partnerships that it's not a good thing when the count goes up, but it is a good thing when we're getting more accurate, and that's what we feel like happened this year.
No, and I appreciate that. That's just, I think it's unacceptable to all of us, but the reason I mentioned the schools is if they're able to identify at risk before they become homeless, I think that would be a really good kind of data point and communication line to have, because we should double down on that investment at that point in time before they become homeless, because we're dealing with kids.
Yes.
Right. Last question.
And can I just
yeah.
say, but to that point, like when we talk about the Bay Area Housing Finance Authority, the big bond, the potential for the $75 million and the $100 million coming into the community, it's split. I think it's 60% for new production, so sticks and bricks for new housing, but then there are allocations for prevention and diversion, and to have hundreds of millions of dollars available over a 5-year period of time to do prevention work, where we can collectively and collaboratively plan how those resources get deployed. That is such a game changer in the community, because if you look at the first-time homeless number, it was 197 out of our 506 individuals counted. If we could just keep that number out of the equation altogether, then the number of folks that we are housing, we would be meaningfully chipping away at our list. So to stop the flow in is really the least expensive and the best investment we could make, but there aren't federal resources for that, and there really are almost inconsequential state-level resources right now. So that bond is huge, and the planning process that needs to start basically right now for that, the community planning process to get everybody together to decide how do we want to deploy those resources so that we're ready when that bond passes in November, that we are ready within 90 days to submit our plan and have it authorized and draw down our resources. We're going to need a year to get ready to do that. And the school district is an incredibly important partner for the prevention part of it.
Last question. In terms of seniors, as we know we're an aging population, I do worry about people transitioning to fixed income. and then the cost of living becoming so great where they're at risk to become homeless. How do we track that? I think that I'm just looking at what's happening in our community. We were up in Berryessa and we heard about a water rate increase that would make some people homeless. That's a fact. So is that something that I don't think we address through this, but I see as an emerging trend in a negative way?
It is absolutely. There are a lot of these like upstream data points that are super daunting. It's like we know that wave is coming. I don't honestly know what the data source is. There just isn't great aggregate data right now, except what I will say is this is such a boon for the integrated data project that the county is looking at doing, because there are early indicators for who is seeking services through CSOA or who is filing a first-time claim for some sort of social safety net benefit, that we're not able to knit together into a picture of what might be coming down the road.
And the only thing I'll say, last point is, kind of like what reverse mortgages did, it allowed people to stay in their home. We should think about a workforce proximity program. We've always looked at that as a down payment for people to buy, but we potentially could look at it as a way to keep people in their home. And not that we want to become a lender, but if it allows people to stay in their home, you take a second position, then when they sell, you get your money back. So kind of a workforce component on the backside.
Okay.
I'm done.
Yeah, you had about 3 laughs or 4 laughs. I think I better come down this end of the dais. Anybody down here on the council side?
Well, I'll just make one. First of all, thank you very much. This was maybe your mic closer. It doesn't. So, can move closer. Is that better? Okay. And next time we'll have higher chairs, right? So I can reach up to the microphone. Sorry about that. So these efforts are really powerful, and what we're doing is so important for the entire community to hear and understand. So number one, I'll make my points kind of brief. I certainly would anticipate and hope that this information can be shared broadly so that we can show these positive results. You both and many of the folks in the room and all of us up here field a lot of calls and questions about concerns about homelessness from members of the community. So we want to be able to also be armed with the right information and tools to show the right response. So with that, if there's anything you want to add that we should also be sharing in terms of resources we can share with members of the community if they have questions or concerns about what they're seeing in their neighborhoods and areas with respect to homelessness.
So one of the things I would add, Councilmember Painter, is that Napa County is doing right now its Napa County Older Adults Survey. And I think that is really important to the point of when we look at the data, and the data of an older adult is a very large category that doesn't allow us to really hone in on that delivery of service. So part of this survey is really being able to create groupings within the older adult community and to really be able to pinpoint what are the needed services and really what is that risk. We know that transportation is a challenge, but with rising prices and rents, we certainly know that housing is a challenge as well. So I would say that that's live on the county website right now on our landing page. Any questions, comments from the board? Supervisor Cottrell, our buttons don't work, so just flag, post it,
Right.
whatever.
Thank you so much for this presentation. I would say in the first 6 months as a supervisor, I've sat through several different housing and homelessness presentations, but nothing is like hearing from you guys about what's happening right here. So that's a good take home for me that this is so helpful. A couple of thoughts I'd love to know, and I think you maybe touched on it, Jennifer, about there is data that helps us understand the distribution of unhoused folks across the valley, and that would be an interesting number, not just in American Canyon, in the city of Napa, but also in the smaller Up Valley communities too. And I love the idea of doing a count during harvest, because I think that would tell us a lot of other things too. And then I was going to mention the needs assessment too, so hopefully that's something that could get included as well. And then I thought Supervisor Pedrosa's point about legislative support, a white paper that maybe sets out some places where you see the next steps going. I mean, and I could almost see that as something that morphs into the planning document that you're talking about, because that gives us a roadmap for where we want to go collectively. And the one thing I wanted to share too is that when Supervisor Gregory and I went to Washington in February and had our meeting with HUD, to be able to say to them, hey, we've got this ADU program happening. They were interested in that, but that we were also able to share the input that you had given, that, hey, we're accomplishing a lot within, with our city-county partnership, but the time horizon needs to be measured differently. So I feel like we're at a position to be able to share some success and to also say, give us more time to do the work we need to do. And so I'd like to see that concept get incorporated into whether it's a white paper or a planning document. And so I guess that just the final question there, is there other, so we heard training from staff, getting the word out, sort of improving outreach. Is there any other specific program that you feel lacks funding, that isn't getting funded, or a need for more connectivity between other programs or jurisdictions?
I think we could say yes and spend 15 minutes talking about that specifically. I think the concept of a white paper, just on our experiences collectively in the community and bringing in our community partners, would be a really good place to start with that, because I could start listing some things off, but, I don't know if it's the best use of time at this moment, but I do think that, one of the things that we do struggle with and could probably improve is our communication on the civil rights issues behind homelessness, and what you can make someone do and what you can't make somebody do, and whatnot. So that's something I've been giving a lot of thought to. I think Supervisor Pedroza touched on some of the encampment resolution and cleanup issues and what those laws look like. And so there's some things we can certainly dig deep and talk about. I'm sure our law enforcement partners as well would have some thoughts on that.
And from this feels like this has been maybe a part of several different comments here, but we put together a lot of data for this presentation, and as we were finishing it up, I did have the sense that we should turn this into an actual annual report. I think we do a point-in-time count annual report that is vital to our community partners because it's part of their grant applications. Like, we need to produce that report separately, but we have never jointly released an actual report that, and maybe this year we use this data to start to figure out a format that then just gets annually updated so we can share it with the community. Because I do think all of this stuff gets easier to tackle when there's shared fluency in the community about what is happening and what our data is showing. And that's probably our biggest obstacle, is the perception is we're importing all of these folks here. There's a lot of misperception that we battle, and something as simple as just a annual report that we're regularly updating could be a real assist.
Yeah, and a little later this year, we'll have our first round of HAP data. So behind these 5 goals are a series of actual percentage of increase or decrease in various measures. So we'll have that data to report on in a couple months from our first round of HAP.
I think next is it Council Member Navarez?
Okay, and then I'll go after we.
Nope. Okay, there we go. Thank you, Molly and Jennifer, for that presentation. I know the public doesn't always see the work that goes into this, but it's very robust. And I just want to say I appreciate all the efforts that you and your team do towards our unsheltered. A couple of things that came up that you mentioned. I think Molly, you mentioned about the landlords and how we're trying to work with them. There's a lot of state laws that have passed that help increase housing density, make it easier to build. And as we look at our housing stock that's aging, and a lot of our housing are 60, 70 years old, that are candidates for remodeling and people investing in them. Where do you see there are the challenges that we have with incentivizing landlords? What could we do more to maybe work with them and I think Supervisor Pedroza talked about the loan proximity program, but there's I've seen ADUs come up that are very affordable, but they're not renting it or really lining up to be part of this. How can we help you or you kind of touch on that a little bit?
Yeah. Jennifer can maybe talk a little bit more about the ADUs. You know, for such a long time, ADUs were cost prohibitive still. The financing behind it and the ability to build one was still quite costly. And the county has come out with a pilot program that Jennifer can talk more about. But I think going back to what Supervisor Petroza and Ramos talked about, and you know, the preservation piece of affordable housing. There are not a lot of preservation dollars as well. We have some in the city of Napa, and we have some that the city of Napa administers for the other cities in town in the community. So we do invest if someone needs like a new water heater or emergency repairs and they meet income requirements. We are certainly able to assist them with that. We've done some rehab work as well on rental units. So we're really trying to expand dollars there where we can to preserve. You know, our loans from our affordable housing funds and our TOT 1% funds are very impactful because we don't ever expect to get paid back for them. And then when the timing runs out, we usually just reloan the money to keep the affordability and extend the affordability there. We are just starting to see some of the impacts of the buy rights, like what you were referring to, the densities in the buy rights based on permanent supportive housing. And our first few projects are just starting to come through the pipeline on that. What it's intended to do is expedite how quickly they can be built. And so we will test that and we will see very soon. But from what I can tell so far is it is helping that process along. So do you want to talk a little bit about your ADU?
Sure. So the county has initiated an affordable accessory dwelling unit forgivable loan program where we are providing upfront capital for the construction of new ADUs in exchange for a 5-year deed restriction to rent the unit at 80% AMI or below. So we're essentially buying down the difference between market rate and 80% and providing that to the homeowner upfront for construction capital. The board authorized a $5 million loan pilot program that should be able to help the new construction of between 70 to 90 units. And we have right now more than 250 folks who have applied for the program as it stands today. So there is definitely an appetite for building these units, and the deed restriction, the 5-year deed restriction, was not daunting to the number of folks that we thought it might be. So we are considering additional incentives for the pool of landlords who are already going to be participating in this program. They need to pick tenants. How else can we incentivize them to pick folks who might otherwise have a really hard time accessing the unit? So farm workers, individuals exiting homelessness, and we can layer in specific incentive funds for doing so. So we do new lease bonuses. We do the landlord risk mitigation program. We've already got the deed restriction on the rent cap, and we don't re-income certify over the course of the lease. So the goal is that the individual who gets in there, they qualify at 80% AMI, but ideally by the time the 5-year deed restriction is up, they're making 140% of AMI so that that unit can go to market rate and the same tenant can stay. And part of the data that's driving that whole program is data that shows once the relationship is established between a homeowner and a tenant, whether it's a JADU or an ADU, that is one of the best relationships that exists in the community, that most homeowners will keep a rent artificially low because they're not in the business of being landlords. They're not trying to do that. They want a happy tenant. They're happy with the income that's coming in. So we believe we just need to incentivize the relationship piece, the initial introduction, and the rest will largely take care of itself.
Thank you. Where can the landlords contact if they're interested in any of these programs?
So our pilot program is going to be for folks who are coming through the loan program specifically right now. But what we are looking at, we're just starting to talk to the state for potential uses of the next round of HAP funding, is this concept of a deed restriction for units to be set aside for the coordinated entry system. So that we're in the initial, we've had an early conversation with the state. They're excited about the idea to do that. We now need to move into what is the actual, we need to develop some legal documents around that and come up with kind of what's the price. And so we're in the midst of doing that. So we'll be back with more information.
Thank you. And another question, when we're dealing with, intervention and housing, we talked about sober living being a challenge, but also the possessions of people, people live in RVs or in cars with personal possessions. that may not be able to store it and fear of losing those possessions may not want to seek some shelter or other housing. Can you touch on that?
Sure. We actually offer through funding it comes from the county to the city, and you'll actually see it on your agenda a little later on a consent item. They provide us $50,000, up to $50,000 a year to provide storage units. So that individuals can be incentivized to go into a shelter. And then we typically let them keep those storage units for a month or two after they move into housing to be able to figure out how they're going to sort through or move their belongings into their housing unit. We've offered the same. Haven't had any takers yet, but if a person wants to store their RV, we will pay their RV storage fees as well if they will transition to shelter. So any one time, we probably have about 12 to 15 storage units rented in the community for an individual who is residing in the shelter. Whenever we go out to do encampment resolutions, we offer that as well, and we've built that into our encampment resolution grant request as well.
Thank you. And last question. When it comes to families, it was touched on a little bit ago, but we're talking about young adults, youth. Is there any data that, if a family is experiencing homelessness, that child growing up will be also homeless, or is that not data exist?
I don't know that data exists as a direct correlation, but I can tell you that from a VERP pit count data and some of the data we collected, that individuals who are adults and are experiencing homelessness typically have some sort of trauma in their past, whether it be domestic violence, child abuse, growing up in the foster care system. I think it goes back to what the mayor said, is that there's been some systemic issues for decades that have contributed to that, but I couldn't give you an exact figure on that. And I think that's why we want to try to invest in families and the prevention aspect, because once you hit that label of homelessness or that experience of homelessness, your outcomes are better if we can prevent that.
Thank you.
And I will just say, I don't know what the data point, there is a data point on that.
Okay.
I don't have it off the top of my head, but there is a percentage, like you are 4 times more likely to experience homelessness as an adult if you experience it even once as a child. I'll get what that data point is. And
appreciate that.
And that is exactly the case for prevention, because the only way you're ever going to shorten the line truly is to make sure that no child ever experiences homelessness, that transition age foster youth always transition into safe and stable housing and are supported during that transition time. To that end, 14 of the units that are at the Valley Lodge are set aside for TAY. So we're also aggressively pursuing that kind of prevention and housing strategy, but I'll get that data point because it's a very powerful reason to ensure that no child in the community. I mean, that could be one of our highest priorities, that we just collectively decide that particular thing is intolerable and we'll never let it happen.
Yeah, that's right. Thank you. One thing that wasn't brought up that's related is Care Court, and I really look forward to getting an update of that at some point.
Sure.
Not today.
Yeah, just on that, the County of Napa is part of the second group, which is late 2024. The first pilot groups, which various size counties, are just getting started and have to implement by late 2023. So we'll start to see more data from other jurisdictions on that.
Thank you. And the Heritage House numbers seem different than what I had here. Just, I don't know, the presentation and the numbers here were different.
Sorry, we made one correction yesterday. If you got it from the city, you might not have had the updated one. We'll make sure you get an updated one. But it's 44 of the total 90 units. At least 44 guaranteed for individuals exiting homelessness or households exiting homelessness. There's a chance it will be more, but the requirement is 44.
Thank you.
Councilmember Alessio.
Thank you, Chair. Ladies, thank you. Really appreciate coming together, having this united conversation, because I know the city and county are working so closely together. I mean, Molly, you were saying twice a day is a minimum. I know that is very true. And all the other community-based organizations out there, too, that are working together to try to address each individual. Each individual is a unique person. They have their own story. They have their own traumas, their own path to which they become unhoused. Not one is like the other, though there might be some common strains. Each is truly unique. And in being able to address the need on a unique person, 506, that you have been able to identify, and I think there's probably more that you're not able to identify, though you did a very, very good job, and I appreciate that. But there's a chance there's more, and then there's those who are precariously housed. do we have an idea, a data point or how many may be precariously housed in terms of that intervention part that we also need to look at?
So the best that we've ever been able to do is use other measures of need as kind of a proxy. So how many people are accessing the food bank on a monthly basis? How many folks are receiving Cal Fresh benefits? There are some of those proxy measures. What is really difficult about taking those measures and trying to predict what's going to happen is that our data also shows most people will self-resolve, that we do not, and it's why we help the highest acuity folks, because most people, if you have the skills to self-resolve, you might not be able to prevent your experience of homelessness, but you might be able to get it resolved within 7 days. And we don't want to overly divert limited resources to a group of folks who can self-resolve, because people will take all the help they can get. That's why they're good at self-resolving. So there is this interesting balance between how far upstream do we lean with prevention resources, and how do we really make sure that we're helping folks who are never going to get out of the system if they don't have a really high level of wraparound case management.
Yeah, and that is difficult, especially when you talk about those who are suffering domestic violence and they stay in a home because they can't afford to seek a safe place. So that is difficult to navigate. I know that the city has a good, and I'm sure county work together on a diversion program in terms of reuniting people with their families that aren't necessarily here but can help them. We've had, I think the numbers in past have been around 100 or so each year that folks have been through a diversion program or reunification. Are we still seeing the same? Because I didn't see that discussed here.
There are some data points, particularly out of the police department, of people who maybe present for the first time, and we're able to divert them typically to someplace locally. In terms of significant resources, that's part of the new diversion and prevention program we're launching, is to really be able to put in the methodology to track those individuals and look at where diversion is occurring, whether it's just we need to return someone to family very locally, if maybe it's a plane ride or a train ticket or a bus ticket. So I don't have good data on that yet, and that's part of the program that we're working on.
I know it's a positive program.
Yeah.
I've heard good things, and I think that's a win for everybody. Something I hear often from the community is, the access for the state hospital to be part of the solution for people who have a real acute mental illness. That along with conservatorship. We know that there's Laura's Law that didn't create enough access for enough people to be conserved. Can you talk a little bit on the state hospital aspect? If that's ever, if you foresee there might be an opportunity in the future, and then also the conservator part for people that really do need to be conserved and helped with more.
I think my understanding is that care court is really one of the first steps in expanding what conservatorship is allowed or how conservatorship works. My understanding is, again, I'm not a mental health professional or work in that arena, but conservatorship is a very difficult thing to achieve and prove under the current laws, mainly because, as going back to some of the civil rights issues and the ability to be, the ability to choose how you live, and being mentally ill is not a crime. There's a choice mechanism there. So right now, I think conservatorships are typically voluntary or through extensive experiences within the mental health system. And even then, it kind of goes to the psychiatrist and the courts and up a chain that is not necessarily within the control of the local organization or the local entities here. So I think that's where care court is intended to change the conservatorship process a little bit with those wraparound services. So I think we'll start to see more about what that looks like. Again, care court is also limited to very specific mental health diagnoses, and it's not going to be any and all catch-all for all mental health diagnoses. In terms of the state hospital, I know that the state hospital is mostly a facility for those that come through the criminal justice system, whether they be not guilty by reason of insanity or unable to stand trial, or something related to that. I do understand that there is some beds that are more through the conservatorship process, but again, people are served locally from all over the state, and they have to go through that court process, is what I understand. The state hospital isn't just a place like a crisis center or whatnot for people to go and seek beds. We do have our crisis stabilization unit here, and I know that there was a grant submitted to potentially expand that. And so I think that that's where we're seeing the benefit of that behavioral health and the intermixing of substance abuse services and mental health, being really beneficial in that.
Thank you. Napa is such a perfect environment for a pilot program. And my observation is that we really could use a program that really works on co-occurring disorders, people that really have, strong addiction disorders and mental health disorders. And there was something discussed in the past about maybe doing a pilot program. Is that something that we're still discussing and maybe seeking funding on?
I don't know of anything in the works right now other than the permanent supportive housing projects that we do have coming online, which certainly everyone you just described would be eligible for. I want to echo that the system is not designed to serve well the folks who are experiencing a co-occurring disorder, for sure. And from our experience, there is the challenge of any kind of medication management or even participation in care management when you are living in the chaos of a shelter with 100 other people or you're living in an encampment. So our biggest priority is to get folks out of the shelter and the unsheltered situation into housing, because that's the only place where they're going to be able to engage with the supports that are there. The more permanent supportive housing we bring onto market, the faster we can get those folks with those real high acuity needs out of the shelter system. And that's truly the most compassionate thing we could do. So we're careful. Like, we could fill our shelter with licensed professionals who they would have a lot of folks that could access services, but that's not really what we're trying to do there. We're trying to quickly get people out of an experience of homelessness into housing so that they can then take better care of themselves in an environment that is not continuing to re-traumatize things that are occurring for them.
And I'm almost done. Thank you for the time. There was also discussion a couple years ago, Molly and I can't recall who else was on the phone call with Senator Dodd. We had kind of a white paper, and I really appreciate Supervisor Berryessa bringing that up again, because I think there's opportunities for us to revisit that and talk to our state and federal representatives. One was expansion of the homeless record system. Communication is really, really important as we work in collaboration with all the community-based organizations and with each other. You have somebody who was going to go in the emergency department, and a physician has no idea that I'm aware of. I don't know if they have access to the HMIS system that could actually enter information and draw information so they could really take care of a homeless client, somebody that we're caring for in terms of unhoused that has needs, and expansion of other folks who are appropriate, professional, licensed, who can really contribute and have that communication, both, as I said, entering and drawing from, to help that person at that time. Is there any thoughts on that, or is that something we can add to the white paper?
That's probably something to add to the white paper. When you start talking about medical diagnoses and treatment, you're getting into HIPAA compliance. HMIS doesn't typically fall under HIPAA compliance. So what I would say is that we have a lot of partner agencies, and we're able to use our HMIS ROI. Case in point, out of Silva is here in the back from Care Network at Queen of the Valley, and she, as a person, has access to both systems, and so she knows who comes into the emergency room. They have staff who might report to the emergency room or the hospital and try to connect with the homeless services system, but right now we are not able to share treatment and diagnosis information. We are not able to access that, and I don't even know. That's going to be something really significant to unpack, because in some cases it's state law, in some cases it's a literal act of Congress to change, the HIPAA requirements. So that would take some significant discussion and significant unpacking of what's shared and how it's shared and when it's shared.
Yeah.
But in terms of HMIS, all of our community partners have access to our system. So they are a partner on our HMIS ROI, which means that they are able to receive and see the data in our system. And they can use our data as they make decisions within their other data systems and their treatment protocols. But it's the other way it doesn't come. So.
Yeah, and I'm going to mention this later today, but according to the agreement I read for our afternoon session, and is that there's 7 days that somebody has time to enter data, record data on their contacts. And I'm going to like to mention now, and I will mention later, that we really need to decrease that amount of time. Time is of the essence, along with communication and coordination. So I would like to have same day entry, if not 48 hours, but that needs to be shortened.
Yeah, I'm happy to talk to you about that offline, but it is
Yeah.
generally 72 hours is our operational practice. The 7 days is often for enrollments and different paperwork put in, but happy to talk with you about that offline.
Okay, I'm going to go because I know others want to say something, but I know we can always do better, and especially as we're working together. Thank you.
One of the things before I'll take Supervisor Gallagher's questions, to the points of Council Members Navarez and Alessio, the county has already approved pursuing an enterprise data management system specifically to be able to position the county to accept the requirements of Care Court, and certainly to be able to cross-communicate between our own divisions internally and with our community partners, so that we can be not just positioned for Care Court, but being able to provide a true more wraparound type service that matches up with the values of what we want in our community for our most vulnerable, which is get them housed, but then also make sure that they have the requisite supportive services from each of our respective agencies and divisions, so that they can be successful in that housing. It won't be tomorrow. It's going to take us probably well over a year, I would say, looking at my our assistant CEO out there. It's going to be an expensive investment, but one that I think is really important to really be able to better address what services someone is receiving, and where we have not provided services, where those gaps may be from one look. Because right now what is happening is that it is a call from one person to another. What have you offered? And these systems aren't talking to each other. So that is an investment that the county has already, that this board has already expressed that we will be supportive of. Supervisor Gallagher.
Can I just, Supervisor Ramos, can I just do a time check real quick? Just, I know that there's probably public comment as well, but our city council is the only city person sitting here. Our city council has a session at 3:30 that we need to plan to attend if possible.
Yes.
Yeah, and I'm anxious to hear Supervisor Gallagher's comment, but our
Me
city
too.
clerk is signaling you back.
Okay.
Back to City Hall,
Okay, we'll have Supervisor Gallagher. We'll go to Councilmember Mary Loris, and we have follow-up from Councilmember Cottrell, and then we'll, whatever. we will make it to
Okay.
public comment. I promise you. So, timers are starting.
I will just go very quickly. I just wanted to reflect back Molly and Jennifer's comments around prevention, and that is really the way that you reduce the pipeline, because a big part of what we need to do is to make that pipeline much, much, much shorter. We can do all this great work on housing, all this great intervention work, but if the numbers of people coming into the homeless system outnumber the people getting housed, we end up just where we are, which is where we are throughout the whole state of California. So in terms of legislation and things we can do both locally and what we can support at the state level, anytime we can be supporting trauma prevention and mitigation is really, really important. I know most of you have heard me talk ad nauseum about adverse childhood experiences. All of those things make someone much, much more at risk for homelessness. So anything that we can do to address social determinants of health and that we can do to prevent trauma is really important. We know that, many times both mental health and substance use disorders start with trauma. So those are things that we need to be focusing on. Also, anything that's a poverty reduction measure is really important. Not everybody who's homeless has a substance use or mental health disorder, but many are living in poverty. They are working people living in poverty. So anytime that we can be supporting living wage ordinances, we should be doing that. Subsidized childcare, expanded paid parental leave, all of these things that we don't do very well in the U.S. are things that minimize trauma, minimize stress, help families get what they need, survive, put a roof over their heads, put food in their stomach, and greatly reduces the chance that they will ever become homeless. And I think it's important too, the statistics around once you have been homeless, the chances of you becoming homeless again are just exponentially larger. So the first and foremost thing we need to do is prevent people from becoming homeless. We need to put just as much money into that as we are putting into housing and other kinds of interventions. That gets 90% of our thoughts and our money and our attention, and what really, really helps gets 10% of it. So we need to flip the narrative and start focusing more on prevention.
Councilmember Leros.
Can I borrow yours? Okay. Nope, there. Okay. So that's exactly where my mind went. So thank you, Supervisor Gallagher, for that. Prevention is something that we don't spend enough resources on. I want to specifically talk about the issue of evictions or unlawful detainers, which I think is something that if we could wrap our arms around it a little bit better, I really do think it would make a big difference in terms of our homeless numbers. The unlawful detainer or eviction process, it is a legal process. It is extremely challenging to understand what to do if you're a tenant. Probably 100 times harder if English is not your first language. The number on the slide for the point-in-time count showed 236 UDs in 2023. That's just the UDs that get all the way through the court system and actually have to be enforced by the sheriff through a lockout. And as Jennifer alluded to, for each one of those, there are many, many more situations where someone received a notice and moved out, or maybe was kicked out illegally, or went to court and settled, which is really common too. So looking at that large number, which I guess is just 6 months for 2023, the first 6 months, is it January 1 to now? Or is it
calendar year?
Okay.
It's the previous calendar year.
So looking at that number, which is really big, I think we need more resources in that area. The city gives CDBG funds to Napa Fair Housing. They offer landlord-tenant counseling, but they don't have an attorney on staff to actually give legal advice or help in any way with the unlawful detainer action. They typically refer people to Bay Area Legal, and I know the county provides funding for Bay Area Legal. Bay Area Legal has one attorney on staff for all of Napa County to handle housing matters. And I spoke with her this morning, Consuelo. She's drowning. I mean, she hits her capacity every single week. She can't go to trials. She doesn't have time. She doesn't have time to actually file answers. So this is an area that we could really work on, even if it's just figuring out how to navigate the court system. If there's something that we could maybe add to our white paper about that. Absolutely. More tenant workshops, early mediation programs before you get to the filing process, resources for landlords so they can avoid filing evictions in the first place. Those are all areas that I'd like to see us putting a little bit more into. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Cottrell?
Okay, I'll take less than a minute. I just wanted to make the point that it's great to share the dais with Napa City Council members and Mayor. Thank you. And I would love to continue the conversation to understand more. Beth, you'd raised the point about what you're hearing from the community. I'd like us to have a dialogue a little bit more about that too at another moment. So one suggestion I would have is that we reconvene for a care court discussion to understand what that looks like and things like that. And then we can talk a little bit about what we are all seeing and hearing from people, because there's a public understanding question too about what the situation is and what the solutions are that I think we could help get the message out about. So thanks.
Supervisor Gregory.
Well, I will hold all my questions and comments and reiterate our thanks to our city partners for being up here with us. It really is a reflection of how well our staff work together, so thank you.
Okay, seeing no other comments, questions from the dais here, I'll go ahead and open public comment. And just to remind everyone, this is a joint meeting of the Napa County Board of Supervisors and the City of Napa. So in an odd way, everything and nothing is within our jurisdiction as we're talking about this. We're really trying to keep public comments solely to this topic here at hand. So if you do have public comment, please do step up to the podium, and your time, in the interest of time, we're going to limit public comment to 2 minutes, so we can hopefully get through everyone and get the council out of the building.
And I can leave 2 here, and come back, and then that way we'll have a quorum to start at 3:30. Would that be acceptable? Would that be acceptable?
I think your clerk is saying no. So let's go ahead and proceed with public comment at 2 minutes.
Hi, good afternoon. Seth Primer, been local for ages, local architect. One of the things that I've witnessed over the past number of years, I had an office right on the river down on Coombs Street, and I watched the bowl and all the homeless encampments just be shuffled from one end of the river down to the other, back and forth. When they get too big, they end up being moved back and forth, and that seems to be the most public face of the homeless problem that we have here. It's what everyone sees. It's what everyone has a little disdain for if they don't really understand the underlying problems. And I know it's a much more complicated issue than just helping the homeless encampments, as evidenced by everything you said today. One of the things that's been on my mind lately is how I may be able to contribute to the conversation as a design professional. And if there are ideas swimming through my head that we don't have time to get into now, but I would love to have the opportunity to meet with whomever it's appropriate to discuss this and see if I might be able to offer up any advice, help, support in any way.
Thank you so much. We'll
Yeah.
connect you with our staff momentarily.
Okay.
Next public comment. No public comment. Wow. Okay, please proceed.
Good afternoon. My name is Sean Cashin. I'm a resident of Angwin, and Molly and I have had a couple of conversations. My wife and I started a nonprofit called Source International, and we're trying to see how we can move the needle in at all in the area of homelessness. And Molly and I have had some conversations, as I mentioned. Molly, I think in one of our conversations, you said that what we have coming up to accommodate homelessness, when we compared it to how many the number of homeless people we have, will not accommodate by any stretch the need. So is that being addressed specifically in any way? Obviously, with what we heard today, there's a comprehensive understanding of what's going on. But what do we do while we're waiting for grants and money to come in and then that be dispersed and utilized? What do we do in the interim? Does that question make sense?
If that is the conclusion of your public comment, what we'll do is we'll go ahead and give staff an opportunity.
Yeah, that is.
Okay,
Thank you.
excellent. Thank you. Is there any other public comment? Please proceed to the podium.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Mendez. I'm a senior at Napa High School, and I have a really quick question. How do you guys manage processing individuals who you guys have reached many people, as we saw in the presentation? I'm sure you guys have reached some people with documentation issues or like immigrants who don't have the same legal documents as other people. If you guys have reached them, how do you guys process them? Are these individuals or families processed the same as everyone else, or what legal setbacks do you guys have with these people? And that's it. Thank you.
That's a great question. Thank you. Any other public comment? If there's no public comment, I'll close public comment. I'll bring it back to staff. If you would please, those answers you could take on.
In terms of encampments are a highly challenging situation to manage. And it starts with who owns the land with which an encampment is formed. And without getting into, I'm happy to talk, of course, offline and provide my contact information, but, when Caltrans owns the property, when it's privately owned property, and then in some cases when you look along like creeks and trails, it's like this person owns this little slice that intersects with this person's little slice, and it becomes incredibly challenging on how to manage that and deal with that. But we are working with that. Seeking the right to shelter when shelter is not available or an alternative is not available is something that we struggle with daily. It is codified in several court cases and whatnot, so we can't penalize seeking the right to sleep or sleeping the right to take care of basic human needs if we can't offer an adequate alternative. And when you get into the definition of adequate alternative, you end up with a whole another slew of court cases that talk about what that might mean or might not mean. So it is a significant challenge. And getting back to the civil rights issue and being able to, force someone to do something is also challenging. So that's what I would offer on the encampments at the time, is that the more shelter or housing space we have available, the more tools we have to be able to address encampments. And we do work with Caltrans, we do work with private property owners, but oftentimes things can grow very quickly, and so we do struggle with keeping up with that completely as well. In terms of the need, unfortunately, like the city and county could put all of its, discretionary resources to the issue of housing and homelessness, and we wouldn't make a dent in the need community-wide. And I would say that the state of California could put all of its discretionary resources and wouldn't meet the need of the dent. It wouldn't dent the need of the statewide issue. So, it really is the creativity, and it is a challenge. We talk a lot about solving homelessness. We are mitigating homelessness at this point, and we're going to continue to be in that phase as we build units. But I think that what we do locally is try to position ourselves best for those funding opportunities that come our way. We look for ways to invest the resources that we do have, and as we've talked about with several of your comments, is stopping the inflow is a big challenge. And if we can put more effort and resources into stopping the inflow, it starts to make more of a significant impact on what we can do with the outflow. So happy to talk more about that as well. And then in terms of documentation, most programs do not have documentation requirements. And it's anyone, regardless of what their citizenship status is, would be treated the same. They are certainly treated the same in our system. There is no requirement for citizenship to come into our shelter to receive services. And so it's actually not even a question that we typically ask if you're seeking services. There are some federal funding sources, not typically state funding sources, but typically Section 8 vouchers, housing choice vouchers, project-based vouchers, where there is some sort of citizenship requirement to be in a unit funded by that source. So that is sometimes something that we do have to take into consideration. But in general, accessing shelter services, state-funded housing support services, and many of the programs, Seasons of Sharing and things that we've talked about today, do not have any sort of requirement to ask or to be a citizen of this country.
And just to clarify, it's not citizenship, but it's immigration
immigration documentation. Yes, you're right. Correct. Yes, certain immigration documentation.
And the only thing I want to add to that really quickly, I touched on this earlier this morning on the CSA4 presentation. While we're hearing a really strong influx of indigenous languages among our farm worker labor force, we also have heard from our shelter staff that likely as high as 1 in 10 individuals who are accessing shelter are also speaking indigenous languages. So it is access in the right language it is a barrier to access when we don't provide services or translation services. And so it is something that we are actively pursuing how to best resolve.
Thank you. To send the council off in their brisk walk, I would just say thank you to Ms. Radigan, Ms. Palmer, and to the council for joining us, having this discussion. We look forward to being able to, at a later point, review both a white paper in terms of what policy recommendations you would have for us. Also to be able to do a review of what Care Court is going to be looking at while the first 7 counties are in a pilot program right now. We look forward to being able to position ourselves not only for Care Court, but also for what Supervisor Pedroza and I expect to be the success of the BAFA housing measure. And you can most certainly guarantee that we will be more than nagging you for support on the BAFA housing measure. And so with that, unless there are other questions, I would just say thank you, and I will adjourn this special joint meeting of the Board of Supervisors and the City and Council of Napa. Thank you.